5.
Thank you, councillors. It is 9 o'clock, so call to order. And while we're just getting comfortable, please turn your phone and devices to silent. So thank you. Today's meeting has been arranged to accommodate the current health orders in relation to the COVID-19 response in New South Wales. This meeting will be conducted as a hybrid Zoom meeting, and the chamber gallery has been closed to the public. So welcome everyone to our August 2021 Kempsey Shire Council meeting. For anyone joining us online for the first time, our council meetings are live streamed to allow people to observe council in the decision-making process. And it is a regulation requirement to advise anyone present. Attendance is taken as consent to the possibility that your image and or voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public via our live stream. And any other visual and or sound recordings of this meeting requires prior permission, and the decision to allow must be a unanimous decision of council. Council will break at an appropriate time to allow councillors and staff a short break, and that's generally at around about 10:30. In chambers today, we have Councillor Dean Saul, the Director of Operation and Planning, Robert Fish, Director Corporate and Commercial, Stephen Mitchell, the General Manager, Craig Milburn, myself, Liz Campbell-Mayer, the Manager of Governance, Daniel Thorogood, Councillor Mark Baxter and Councillor Anthony Patterson. Joining us by Zoom, we have Councillor Sue McGinn, Councillor Ashley Williams, Councillor Leo Horval, Councillor Anna Shields and Councillor Bruce Morris.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I think that is all we have. So welcome everybody and good morning to anyone that's joining us by live stream. Reminder, councillors, voting will be called for any dissent vote, and non-dissent vote is in the affirmative. Abstaining vote is a record as a vote against. If there's no dissent votes, the motion will pass unanimously. Councillors, please remember to activate your microphone and take your, if you're on Zoom, off speaker when you've been called and acknowledged to speak. And be aware that even though this is a hybrid meeting, we do have the ability to move into workshop if agreed by the majority of councillors. To formally begin, as always, we will start at item number 1, which is the opening prayer. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberation today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of the Kempsey Shire. And Council do acknowledge country, and Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Thungari-Dungari Nation. We pay respects to the elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. And we acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Thungari-Dungari land. There are no apologies or leave of absence by councillors today. And we have item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes. And what we are confirming is the minutes that were circulated.
That way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McGinn. There's no lights on, so I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation? Oh, sorry, that's not how we go. Slipped up straight up. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to any disclosure of interest, which is item number 5. Thank you, Councillor McGinn.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to disclose a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 11.1 legal matters, as I'm known to one of the parties.
Thank you, Councillor. And General Manager?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, disclosed a significant pecuniary interest in item 11.3, which is my annual performance review. I will be leaving the chamber while that item's dealt with.
Thank you, General Manager. There is no more disclosure of interest. We'll go on to item number 6, which is items passed by exception. There is a recommendation which contained the following items to be adopted in a block, which is the Sustainability and Resilience Strategy, the Discussion Guide for Community Engagement, Kempsey Airport, the successful funding application under the Regional Airports Program Round 2, 9.6, the New South Wales Local Roads Conference Communique 2021, the short-term rental accommodation, the STRA framework, key performance indicators for the 2021-22 financial year, the operational plan 2020-21, quarter 4 and the year-end report, the delivery program 2017 to 21, the 6-month update January 21 to June 21, and the statement of cash and investment August 2021, legal matters, and the audit and risk committee minutes 21 July 2021. Councillors now can free to ask any questions on any of those items or ask for removal. Yes, Councillor, I'll take Councillor Morris, then Councillor Horval. You need to unmute, Councillor Morris.
I'd like to withdraw item 9.4 and 9.6.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to withdraw 11.1 and 11.2 and also ask some questions, if I may.
Certainly, Councillor. We'll start with your questions and then I'll go to Councillor Patterson, who also has questions.
The first question.
Well, they won't lead to withdrawal, or you don't know? Because we haven't actually got the item moved and seconded.
Okay. Well, I'll ask my questions after you do that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Well, I'm happy to move the block to get it going, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Happy to second that.
So it's been moved by Councillor McGinn and seconded by Councillor Shields. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first question's on 9.5, the Kempsey Airport grant for successful funding. In impact on financial sustainability on page 32, it talks about the fact that the total project cost of $521,715, and the council will have to contribute $260,857. My question is, how do we get the money for this successful grant application out of the general fund? Do we have to raise another loan, or is there a reserve? Well, how do we go about getting that extra money, please?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Horval, that would be considered as part of future quarterly budget review or even next year's budget allocation. We obviously will need to consider the timing around the delivery of this project. And given the importance of this project on a number of fronts, we would then need to consider how we would fit that in within our available general fund allocation. And as I said, that may either be an adjustment as part of a future quarterly budget review if there's some spend to occur this year, or the inclusion in next year's budget, noting that, as we have discussed at previous council meetings, there's a lot of work to do in relation to the capital program for this year, given the size of it and the impact of the flood from March, and how we'll include a lot of that work in our delivery of our total program. And so that will all be considered and come back to council as part of that September quarterly budget review, which will come to council in November.
Thank you. Director Mitchell. So is it that is a similar process that we're going to consider in getting the $150,000 for the extra study for Crescent Head foreshore study? That's a similar process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hall, some degree.
Right, thank you. Yeah. And finally, at the above the conclusion, the report says engagement with current airport tenants has been undertaken and will continue throughout the project. What form did these engagements take, and what how many were there, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hall, that I imagine would just be a combination of discussions with any of the existing tenants. Obviously subject to any restrictions around COVID. So it would be a combination of either actual site visits or telephone conversations. I don't think there's any real major impacts on any of the tenants out there. In fact, it's a positive for them as well as it is for everybody else. So I don't envisage there would be any issues with that. It's just a process that we would obviously do in terms of the delivery of that project.
Okay, just saying it has been undertaken, so I thought it must have been formal. So there was no informal. Is that what you're saying?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd need to confirm exactly for each of the individual tenants, Councillor Hall. I'm not aware of the basis for each of those interactions with those tenants, but I think the key point is that discussion has happened and will continue to happen throughout the project.
Okay, thank you very much. Finally, the airport fencing, and I've asked this previously, but I'd like to clarify it if I could. The airport fencing will go past the new adventure centre there, which is being built by a federal government grant. Will that part of the fencing be funded by the adventure park grant, or will it be funded by this grant?
It's funded by this grant.
Okay, so we're still going to pay the full $260,000. Thank you very much for those answers.
Your question had been answered, Councillor. Is there any other questions, Councillor? Is there any other questions, Councillor? Oh, Councillor, I'm going to take Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Morris. Yeah. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question through to possibly Robert Fish or to the General Manager about the roads conference, 9.6, which is in the block. I understand that Councillor Morris has pulled it out. Would it be appropriate to ask questions now, or would I have some later when it's brought out with Councillor Morris?
It's already out, Councillor, so we'll take those questions later.
Okay, one last question,
yes,
on 9.7 on short-term accommodation. Could I have a brief description of this in effect to those people that own short-term accommodation in Crescent, not in Crescent Head, in our community? What type of effect is that going to have on their ownership and usage of the short-term accommodation in our community? Mr. Fish?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The effect of the reforms are fairly limited, where it's, I guess, development that will be exempt under this or under the framework. So within the report, there is a few elements that are outlined that those that have STRA available that they will need to comply with. So firstly, there's a code of conduct in place, which STRA will need to comply with. They will need to register via a state-held register of STRA. They will also need to comply with some fire safety standards. It depends on the nature of the property or the premises as to what the requirements are there, but there is a fire safety standard in place and a register to be maintained. And then ultimately there's the planning framework, but there are exemptions for STRA under that planning framework, which means that they can operate effectively as they have in the past with as exempt development.
Thank you.
Councillor Morris. You're on mute, Councillor Morris. You'll need to unmute your... Thank you. Oh, we're still on mute. Yeah, that's okay.
I thought I had, sorry. I omitted to request the withdrawal of item 9.5 previously, which I now subsequently request to have withdrawn.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Horville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just noted after Councillor Patterson about 9.7, which is the item about the new rules about the short-term accommodation. On page 37 of the report, it says impact on financial sustainability, and it says not applicable. Does that mean that council compliance officers will have no extra work in regard to implementing this, or is that all state government compliance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the report actually doesn't address those matters. It's actually just information for councillors, so there is no financial impact in providing this report to council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, councillors. We now have a recommendation, which is withdrawal of 9.7, 9.8, 9.9, 9.10 and 9.11. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? There's no dissent. That has been carried. Thank you, councillors. Item number 7 was a mayoral minute, and it was about the presentation to club grant recipients, which was the recommendation that we adjourn the meeting at 10:15 to conduct a presentation. Well, since the publication of the business paper, we have now had to close to the public. So we're not going to use the event of a morning tea and a presentation to announce the club grants. But what I will do is highlight the recipients. The club grants is funded by the clubs in our area, separate to our community clubs grant program. And today we were going to be joined by the club representatives, which we do every year, from the Kempsey Heights Bowling Club, Kempsey MACLEAY RSL, the Southwest Rocks Country Club and the Crescent Head Country Club, to present the cheques to the participants. The participants will receive their cheques so they can get on with their projects, and we will have a formal thank you sometime later when COVID restrictions are eased. The recipients for this year are the Kempsey Crescent Head Surf Lifesaving Club for contribution to a rescue boat, Shine for Kids for their Connecting Kids program, the Life Education New South Wales, which is a contribution to the Healthy Harold Schools program, and the Little Wings Limited program, which is providing free, safe and professional flight and ground transport for seriously ill children in this area. So we'll now move on to just a moment. Okay. Actually, what we will do is, so that that's just not left standing there for that mayoral minute, we will, I would suggest we change the recommendation to the fact that we acknowledge the recipients and perhaps state who they are. I've got them written down.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yep. So is there any questions on that? Is there any dissent? Thank you, councillors. That's been carried. 7.2 is the delegates' report from the NGA 21 conference. I'd just like to speak to that for a minute, because what was really noticeable at this 21 conference was the collaboration and collegiate nature of the conference from previous conferences. We witnessed motions moved by city councillors and seconded by country councils and vice versa. The political divide was also minimal in the debate, same with states supporting one another. There was a noticeable shift towards acceptance of environmental sustainability targets and initiatives around climate and emissions. Support and agreement on the constitutional recognition for local government, federal assisted grants increases, the re-inclusion of the local government to the National Cabinet since the demise of COAG, and addressing housing shortages and the availability of affordable housing. A particular focus for this conference was on COVID and the suggestion that it will be a long goodbye, and we are just at the beginning. The acting mayor of Melbourne highlighted how pre-COVID Melbourne had a strong economy and the city was doing very well in aspects of livability. At the time of speaking to us at the conference, they were in 200 days of lockdown and businesses were now at 30% closed or vacant. They are still going through it, but at some time he outlined we would have to move to revitalisation and to recovery. And he suggested that socialising and spaces would be key. He talked about trees and laneways and outdoor dining, opportunity for social precincts for events and music that were places beyond the home and beyond the office work. And the Mayor of Barcaldine Region Council in Queensland also talked about the human interactions and investing in our workforce, but acknowledges that some people are just happy being unhappy. And then talked about happier, healthier and safer communities, which had the overtones of our community aspirations of being healthy, wealthy, safe and sociable. The final presentation of the conference was by Craig Foster, a special broadcaster, and also it had the theme of being a strong, safe and thriving local communities. He talked about being Australian, and he spearheads the Racism Not Welcome Here campaigns. More broadly, it's about street signs, campaigns and a physical reinforcement about feeling safe and belonging and being equal. He also talked about things we talk about here, being better together and ending divisiveness and finding a better way. Maybe sometime down the track, I know Sydney City Council and some of the other country councils have looked at Craig's Racism Not Welcome campaign. Might be something that we could do in the future. The conference took a completely different tone to the conferences that I've attended in the past. I'm sure some of the councillors here would have looked at the presentations that are available online. Not all of them have come through yet. If more of them do, I will let you know. The recommendation for the delegates report is that the information is noted, and I'll ask if there's any questions. Otherwise, I'll put the recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your report. Could you expand a bit more on your comment about the fact that the ALGA is no longer represented or have not been invited to be part of the National Cabinet? Is there any hope of any progress in that area?
Despite so many representations, including from Kempsey Shire Council, from a recommendation that we had to write to a number of different people about the fact that since COAG has no longer exists, that the inclusion of local government at the National Cabinet was paramount, considering in the beginning when National Cabinet was formed, it was only around the health implications, and nationally that seemed appropriate. Despite the best efforts of ALGA and the state's individual key bodies, we haven't been able to break ground on that, but I know that the negotiations are continuing. The questions were asked when the at that time Deputy Prime Minister spoke about the National Cabinet, and also of the opposition local government minister, and it seems there's a divide there amongst whether the support is with the opposition, whether they would consider it. It seemed that they were more open to the idea. It's something that local government will continue to fight for.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I also ask Mr. Milburn of his highlight viewpoint of the conference, as he is one of our delegates. Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, I'm actually not one of the delegates. I attend. They're the delegates of the appointed delegates, which are sort of councillors and mayors. But no, it's a opportunity for I think all the councils across the nation to actually get together and provide some really good networking. There's a lot of good information comes from outside of the actual formal sessions as well. For example, we've been providing information to one of the regional councils about what we've been doing with Stuart McIntyre Dam. That came from a lunchtime discussion. So there's a lot of other things that actually occur other than just the presentations as well.
Thank you very much. It's anything that we will be able to introduce into the Shire from your attendance?
I didn't get that.
There's a range of things that will come from those resolutions and things that we will be acting on. We have staff talking to some of the exhibition holders already on some of the things that we saw there that I brought back and have passed on to the staff, and if they are valuable and needed and efficient for here, we'll introduce those sorts of things here as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you. Is there any dissent on the delegates' report? Thank you, councillors. We now move to 9.1, which is the Slim Dusty Centre ongoing management. Before we move this, I'm going to ask the director in charge of this operation, Stephen Mitchell, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the report that's before you today represents the culmination of 12 months worth of work in relation to the Slim Dusty Centre. And as you're aware, we commenced those discussions with the Slim Dusty Foundation regarding the future management of the centre a bit over 12 months ago. And that was on the back of the centre being closed due to COVID-19 last year. Since that time, council officers have negotiated a management agreement, and that's seen council operating and managing the Slim Dusty Centre for the past 8 months. And at the same time as we were operating and managing the centre, we've also done a very sort of detailed piece of work, which included some comprehensive due diligence processes, so looking at legal, operational, property and financial issues that are associated with the potential transfer of that asset and the longer-term management of the centre to council. We considered the relative strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats, and with a particular focus on council's financial sustainability. We looked at the scope and breadth of the community uses for the centre, should council be the longer term manager and operator of that facility, and developed a detailed business plan that supported that longer term management and operation of the Slim Dusty Centre by council as well. And that business plan was one of the attachments to this report. In undertaking all of that work, council officers have worked very closely with the foundation, and as part of that work that's occurred over the last 12 months, we've managed to agree some in-principle commercial terms that would cover the transfer and ownership of the centre to council and how the longer-term management of the centre would look with council. And those commercial terms are what's detailed with the report and specifically referenced within the recommendation that's in front of you as well. It's important to probably point out that in arriving at those commercial terms and indeed the recommendation, that really reflects the experience that we've managed to get over the last 8 months in terms of operating and managing the centre. Additionally, it's a key consideration is the opportunity that this presents in terms of addressing some of those items that are within our recently adopted council strategy. So, namely the community infrastructure strategy, which identified a real need for a community cultural facility and the associated community benefits that will bring. So, there's a number of key aspects to the recommendation that ties into some of those. I guess in terms of the benefits, gone to some effort, I guess, in terms of trying to articulate the benefits to council of being the longer term owner and managing the centre. And some of those benefits, or a lot of them, are not necessarily financially quantifiable because they relate to community uses of the Slim Dusty Centre and the associated benefits those uses would bring for the broader community. So whilst some of the uses don't have an actual sort of financial return on investment, they do have a community return on investment, which is an important consideration. Councillors do have the option to reject the recommendation, and I guess particularly noting the impact on council's financial position. The report includes quite significant commentary on the financial impacts. So there's a couple of pages that's dedicated within the report to the impacts from a financial sustainability perspective, and the attachments include further detail as well. And you will have noted that the cost, if you like, the annual operating cost of the centre is estimated to be around about $230,000 excluding depreciation. And that's obviously an important consideration given council's financial position, which is well known. And that's been a key component in our briefings with you over the last 12 months in relation to this project. That said, it's worth noting that those costs have been already included in the adopted budget for this financial year and also the 10-year long-term financial plan. So those financial impacts have been seeded into both of those documents. So whilst rejecting the recommendation would avoid those costs, it would mean that council would miss what is a really unique opportunity to immediately acquire a multi-purpose community cultural facility such as this and at nil cost. So that, as is articulated in the report and in the recommendation, the conveyance of that building and those assets would come across at nil upfront cost. And that's, I guess, a sort of a unique opportunity to acquire and meet that identified need that was in our community infrastructure strategy. The other key consideration, just in wrapping up, is that a decision not to proceed, councils obviously would need to be aware that if you weren't to proceed, then that decision may consign the Slim Dusty Centre, which is a key tourism asset and a key sort of entrance point to the Shire and also to Kempsey Township to an uncertain future as well. So, as I said, a number of considerations in not just developing this report, but in terms of coming up with the recommendation. And I guess from a council staff perspective, they were all taken into account with the view that the benefits that would be come from managing the centre from a community perspective would outlay the financial impact that's been articulated in the report.
Move that way, Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank
Second
you, Councillor. I have a mover, Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor McGinn. I think the General Manager just wants to say something first.
Just a reminder to the councillors that if there are questions or discussions you wish to have about confidential aspects, we will need to move into confidential for those. But as you can see, there's a fair amount of material contained in open, which is what we've tried to do. So our ratepayers and that are fully understanding of what's actually on the public record. But just be careful if there's something that's coming up, we will jump in if we need to.
Thank you, General Manager. Just so, because the screen's very small, because we have people that are zooming in onto this meeting, because we can't have a public gallery, I am going to read what the recommendation is. It is an excellent report and we have been briefed. So there's not a lot of detail that hasn't been included. The recommendation is that Council acknowledges the importance of the Slim Dusty Centre to the Kempsey Shire as an ongoing cultural tourism attraction. Notes the outcomes of the detailed due diligence completed by Council officers regarding the future operation and management of the Slim Dusty Centre as detailed within the confidential overview of commercial negotiations and Slim Dusty Centre business plan attachments. Authorise the General Manager to enter into an agreement with the Slim Dusty Foundation Limited as trustees for the Slim Dusty Museum Trust Fund to convey and transfer the Slim Dusty Centre buildings, fixtures and fittings, excluding the Slim Dusty Museum fixtures, exhibits and memorabilia to Council for nil cost. Enter into an agreement with Slim Dusty Foundation Limited for Council to operate and manage the Slim Dusty Centre, including the Slim Dusty Museum, based on the following key commercial terms: the payment by Council of $85,000 per annum fee to Slim Dusty Foundation Limited for the right to operate the Slim Dusty Museum. The annual fee incorporates the provision of a museum curator services by Slim Dusty Foundation Limited, which is indexed to CPI and is subject to review at 5-year intervals. Council retains all future income generated from the operation and management of the Slim Dusty Centre, including all Slim Dusty Museum income, but excludes income from the Mates and Pavers programs. Council is responsible for all future operating and capital expenditure associated with the operation and management of the Slim Dusty Centre and the associated parcels of freehold land and Crown land, except for those costs associated with the maintenance and curation of the museum exhibits. Council will purchase the parcel of freehold land from Slim Dusty Foundation Limited at an agreed time in the future using the just terms compensation process to determine sale value. In the interim and for an initial period of 5 years, Slim Dusty Foundation Limited will lease the freehold land to Council as a peppercorn rate of $1 per annum. The inclusion of a contract reopener clause that provides for review after 10 years of the term of the agreement between Slim Dusty Foundation Limited and Council based on the performance of the Slim Dusty Centre, taking into consideration museum visits and which allows either party to terminate the agreement. Number C, subject to the execution of the agreement referred to items 3A and B above, negotiate with the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, Crown Lands, to novate the existing lease of Lot 29 DP 729768 from Slim Dusty Foundation Limited to Council, or if more advantageous, the transfer of ownership to Council. Implement the Slim Dusty business plan. Continue to manage the Slim Dusty Centre in accordance with the terms and conditions of the current management deed between Slim Dusty Foundation Limited and Council, should the agreement completed in items 3A and 3B above not be executed by 10 December 2021. Note that the financial operation impacts of the Slim Dusty Centre operations, including building depreciation, but not excluding future capital expenditure requirements, are included within Council's adopted 21-22 budget and long-term financial plan. Require a report be provided to a future meeting of Council once the agreement referred to in item 3 above have been finalised, and require an update on the operations and performance of the Slim Dusty Centre be reported to Council annually for the proposed initial 5-year term of the agreement between Slim Dusty Foundation Limited and Council, and prior to the 10-year anniversary of the agreement, at which time a contract review would occur under the term of the contract reopener clause. Councillor Horval has his hand up for probably questions or maybe but I do ask the mover if they would like to speak to the recommendation or reserve their right.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to speak briefly, but I'd like to acknowledge that this has been negotiated over the last 12 months, so it's not something that we've done quickly, and also acknowledge the great work done by council staff over this negotiation period. And the Slim Dusty for us, our community, it's a great move for our community and its future, and to manage the entrance of our valley and have a community-owned asset that provides many uses and opportunities in the valley for the future, for many, many years to come. And I put this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Horval, I'll take Councillor Horval first.
Madam Mayor, I was wondering whether it would be appropriate for us at this time to move into an open committee to discuss this. Not if I move, and hopefully if other people agree, we could make that happen.
So Councillor Hall is moving, we go into workshop. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Morris has. Is there any dissent in going into workshop? No, there's no dissent. So thank you, Councillor Horval. So do you want to speak at this point, or
yes, thank you. I just going to ask some questions about the future. As Director Mitchell has told us, we could vote not to proceed with this. The simple thing, if we decide not to proceed with it, what would be the annual saving to our budget?
Through you, Madam Mayor, at this stage it'd be as per the council report, and that is saying if you chose not to proceed, as opposed to proceeding, it would be about 230,000 less depreciation per year. Having said that, the other consideration council needs to take into, the matter council needs to take into consideration is that you do have in your community strategic plans and other strategic planning documents the need to actually develop and operate a cultural facility of some sort. So you, at some point in the future, would have a capital cost to actually provide that, and then you would have ongoing operational costs, which, depending on the nature of the building, could be very similar to this anyway.
Thank you very much. So maybe Director Mitchell could answer this one, because it's in and I know about the confidential nature of some of the things in the business report, but one of the things, and it seems obvious and straightforward, we need to increase the visitation rates or visitation numbers at the Slim Dusty Centre. How are we going to go about that? Is there a plan for council staff to try and propose that to happen, or we're going to get people who are expert in the area to try and give us advice?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Council, there will be a marketing strategy developed. It'll be done in partnership with the Slim Dusty Foundation as well. So we've actually got a range of avenues we can deal with that. The Slim Dusty Foundation has a very strong following already, so they will certainly be pushing more out through there. We'll be pushing it out through our lines as well, and develop some specific marketing plans targeting different areas and different groups, such as the business market, tour groups, events, those sorts of things as well. And I don't know if Mr. Mitchell wants to add further to that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only thing that I would add is obviously we would be engaging with industry, so particular sort of key stakeholders like Destination New South Wales, Destination North Coast, in terms from a tourism perspective as well.
Thank you. So also, finally, we had an answer last night in the public forum from David Kirkpatrick, but the Slim Dusty Festival hopefully will go ahead pending we get out of this pandemic situation. Would it be occurring on the Slim Dusty Centre land at the front of the building, or would it still be at the showground? And who would be responsible for the organisation of it if it's held at the Slim Dusty Centre, because we'd be the managers at that time?
Yeah, through you, the Slim Dusty Foundation will actually be organising the festival. They've actually got professional event organisers already in place dealing with that. And we obviously, as the managers of the facility, we would work very closely with them in making sure that's a success as it would be run at the Slim Dusty Centre.
Thank you very much.
Councillor McGinn.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Firstly, if I may, I'd like to acknowledge the work completed by Kempsey Shire Council staff and Slim Dusty Foundation as well. There's been a significant amount of work go into this, and I really appreciate the due diligence that's been completed. But acknowledging the importance of Slim Dusty to our community, and also the importance of the actual museum collection and keeping that intact as being advantageous as a tourism destination. Could you explain to me also, because the other reason we would want to maintain or take over the management of the Kempsey of the Slim Dusty Centre is to provide a cultural facility for our community. What type of events or opportunities would that present to us, please?
Thank you, Director Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's a really good point you raise, Councillor McGinn. There'd be a whole lot of opportunities should we proceed to manage the centre that would be outside of just the provision of the museum as a key tourism asset. Obviously, there's the opportunity in terms of meeting a real need for business meeting spaces and events, which we've had some success of over the last months whilst we've been operating the centre. We obviously would be looking to expand on that. We're sort of given that we're only operating the centre for 8 months, we took, a slow build approach in relation to that. So there'd be a really great opportunity to grow that. Outside of that, there's a real opportunity around using the Nulla Gallery, as I think all councillors and a lot of the community are aware. We had our Black Summer and Beyond exhibition there. So there's a real opportunity for us to utilise that space from an art exhibition gallery perspective. We can run educational programs that relate to art and culture. There's the ability to run a whole lot of stuff in relation to schools and using the mates room with the stage that's set up out there. Whether that's music events, school productions. We could bring Archibald art prizes. Those are the opportunities that haven't really been considered potentially in the past, and not ones that we've been able to really consider in the 8 months that we've been running the centre. But the fact that it is a multi-purpose centre does give us the ability to look at a whole lot of opportunities across a broad spectrum of events, and as councillors are aware from the briefing, we've got that other space that we'll be able to activate in Pod 4, which will provide additional space. So that could potentially then open up for larger conferences, given that it would increase the space, not just the mates room, which is a reasonable size room, but would give us that extra space to run bigger events in relation to that as well.
Councillor Morris. And then I'll take Councillor Saul. Councillor Morris, you'll need to take your mic off.
I have to put it on, you mean, not take it off.
Yes, you're right.
Madam Mayor, the degree of confidence in the ongoing costs and the potential income into the future, how much of a degree of confidence do we have in those figures?
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, to start with.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. As with all projects like this, Councillor Morris, there is obviously a degree of risk and uncertainty around some of those items. What we have done in relation to the income forecast that form the basis of that net operating cost of $230,000 excluding depreciation that's quoted in the report, they've been relatively conservatively based. So museum visitation over the 8 months that we've operated, we've based the sort of the forward projection based on a continuation at that level. Now we know that the visitation we've had is slightly less than what was occurring prior to COVID. And so we've only just forecasted based on what our experience has been. We do know, though, that we haven't sort of really pushed in terms from a marketing perspective to increase the visitation, and we do know that we can more actively pursue tour groups. We have seen that the number of tour groups has obviously dropped off since COVID has been around, and also the size of the tour groups as well. So it's not the number that have declined, but also the number of people on a tour group. So we're hopeful that there is some upside around the visitation. What that also means is that has a direct impact financially. Obviously, more visitors to the museum means more income. It also has an indirect effect because what we have noted is that the retail sales and sales via the cafe are also has a strong correlation to museum visitation. So the more the people that we can get coming through the door and go to the museum, then that drives retail sales and also cafe sales. So those forecasts have been conservatively put together from an income perspective. Likewise, we haven't, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we haven't really had the opportunity to aggressively sort of pursue meeting bookings and uses of the space for those types of income generating activities. We'll be able to do that more, and whilst that will generate or could generate increased income over what we forecast, that does come at a cost in terms of providing those services as well. So the net margin, if you like, is not huge, but it all contributes to improving the bottom line results. So we haven't been aggressive, I guess, in terms of trying to give you a summary answer, Councillor Morris. In terms from an income perspective, we've been relatively conservative, and the business plan articulates, particularly the very last page of the business plan, in terms of some of those strategies that we'd be looking to implement should we proceed. And the main focus of those is to develop those strategies in terms of increasing museum visitation, increasing our retail offering, etc. Looking at ways of dealing with the cafe so that it can be more profitable. All of those we would look to implement so that we could improve the income generated from those activities over and above what we've included as part of the financial modelling. Likewise, on the costs, the costs are probably a slightly different consideration. We have done a fairly accurate forecast of the costs. The costs that we've included are fairly lean, so we've looked at that and have got staffing that's adequate to provide an appropriate level of service to visitors to the centre without being overly heavy in terms of staffing costs. Similarly in relation to marketing. So we have included some marketing spend. We would need to look at potentially increasing that marketing spend, but a decision to do that would be based on what we think the return on investment would be, and so that would be considered on a case-by-case basis. So the operating income and costs are as good a base case as we can estimate at this point in time. As I said, we haven't been aggressive. We haven't overstated what we think we can achieve from that. But we would have so we've got a lot of strategies that hopefully will deliver better outcomes than that. But that will obviously take work and for us to execute them as we need to.
Madam Mayor, the other aspect is what degree of confidence do we have in the depreciation? And has there been an asset management plan or an inspection of the building and a plan brought up for what would be a repair and maintenance schedule and a cleaning schedule for windows and for gutters and all those sorts of things? So is all that repair and maintenance factored in as part of the depreciation, or is that factored in as part of the operating costs, or have we got a realistic figure on that?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Councillor Morris. So what we've got, we had a building assessment, a condition assessment undertaken. That gave us a view of what repairs and maintenance may be required over the initial 5-year period. And I think that's referenced in the actual report. The condition the condition of the building is quite good, and so based on the report that we got, the repairs and maintenance were around about $17,000 to $18,000 a year over the next 5 years. That's been factored into the budget, and so that's by no means a large amount. Obviously, we would then look to include that asset as part of our overall asset management procedures in terms of making sure that we are maintaining that asset in a way that is appropriate for the longer term benefit of the centre. In relation to the depreciation question, sorry, Councillor Morris, I almost didn't answer that one. In relation to the depreciation, we've just included, we would need to do more work on this to determine what that depreciation amount would be. We have had some valuations done, which we will still need to do some more work on in terms of what we would then recognise that asset on the balance sheet and therefore depreciate it at. The $200,000 that's quoted per annum in the report is very conservative, so I'd expect it to be less than that. We just did a rule of thumb on an $8 million building value over a 40-year remaining life to come up with the $200,000. I think it'd be somewhere south of that in terms of an annual depreciation charge. But there's just a bit of work to do to refine that number. But for the purposes of the report, again, took the approach of putting in a number that we think would be at the higher end rather than understating it.
Madam Mayor, I've got a few more questions, if that's okay.
That's fine. We'll take your questions. Then I'll go around again because I've got lights on again. I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
I've got about another four.
Yeah, that's okay.
What potential is there to...
I'll just tell you the order after you, Councillor Patterson, so everyone knows that they've been acknowledged. I'll go to Councillor Patterson, then back to Councillor Horval, and then back to Councillor McGinn.
There's the sewerage connection has been commented.
Sorry, I'm very sorry. We'll forget that order because I thought your light was off.
Who?
Oh, okay. It was on because you were actually coming. You were after Councillor. Wait a minute. After Councillor Morris, we'll go to Councillor Saul. Thank you, Councillor Saul. Your name was down here. Continue, Councillor Morris.
It was discussed last night about the connection to the sewerage, and with the area out the back and even with the land out the front, what potential is there to expand and improve? It was mentioned RV parks or the like, and what likely costs, and is that seen to be a worthwhile addition to the facility out there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly there's a demand for RV parking. We see people, using the site at time to time, and there is a real opportunity there. No detailed costings have been done into the actual development of that, but it is certainly an opportunity to have facilities there and that.
Yeah, if I can just add to that through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Morris, a lot of those items are being captured as part of our future thinking as potential options, but we would look at those from a business case perspective, on a case-by-case basis. So where we saw that there was opportunity, we would obviously consider that, do the analysis to prove that that would be an appropriate way to proceed, and then proceed on that basis.
Next question, Madam Mayor, is when would Council anticipate the development of a multi-purpose community cultural facility if this opportunity was not available, particularly given our financial sustainability position, and would a location other than this be preferable, or is this deemed to be the best location that we would have for such a facility?
Through you, Madam Mayor, future council would have to make those decisions. They would have to make a decision that, yes, while the Community Infrastructure Strategic Plan has highlighted the need for this, that they wish to proceed with that. One of the first stages in doing that would be two key steps. One would be basically scoping up broadly what would be included in it, and then you'd actually go through a site assessment process to identify a range of possible sites and narrow that down to a preferred site. Without going through that, I couldn't say whether it would be in a location like the Slim Dusty Centre or in another location.
Has there been any investigation into the possibility of having regular public transport as a bus service or something to the location, particularly if there are events out there, or is that not that sort of aspect not being investigated at this stage?
When it comes to buses, there's certainly not, there's buses that go past there, travelling around. When it becomes two particular events, the event would look at their traffic and transport requirements, and if required, they would actually, potentially put on buses if they are deemed the best form of transport for particular events.
Another quick question. Council has been divesting itself of managing such facilities due to the Pacific type nature of the activities. How do we rationalise taking over a facility which is fairly specialist in its nature, when for the last 3 or 4 years we've been divesting ourselves of such facilities by the way of leasing them out or having somebody else manage them?
Through Madam Mayor, taking over the facility and the management doesn't preclude council from some time in the future of actually, subleasing this out to an actual other operator. That isn't uncommon for councils to do that. It is a type of centre that we do have a level of expertise that we can actually run, or it is a level of expertise we can actually obtain. So it is actually looking at what you would actually do. But we're not locked into, through this, we're not locked into council staff operating the centre on an ongoing basis. There are other models that can be looked at in the future.
And my last question, Madam Mayor, is which to me is really the crunch question. What is anticipated that would happen to the Slim Dusty Centre in the event that council doesn't move forward with this proposal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would be a decision totally in the hands of the Slim Dusty Foundation.
And there's no indication at this stage as to whether it would be kept open, whether it would be likely to be closed, or the memorabilia may be split up and moved around the countryside somewhere, or...
That would be a question would need to be put to the Slim Dusty Foundation.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're very kind. Madam Mayor, a question to the Director Mitchell, please. On the annual licence fee for $85,000, and the recommendation states that is linked to CPI, then compounds. So after so many years, it'll be almost close to $100,000 a year. Director Mitchell? Through you, Madam Mayor. Yep, that's correct. Councillor Saul, as with all those expenses, we will have assumed that they will go up in line with the CPI. And the fees would be no different. What's important to know that $85,000 fee would include the provision of curation services, so the foundation in relation to the exhibits, which they would be contracting somebody to undertake that. Those costs obviously go up year on year, CPI, as does everything else. Similarly, there's insurance of the exhibits and those sorts of things that will increase in line with the CPI. So, that's an assumption that we've applied to all costs in relation to running the centre.
And I'll just add that it's quite common across any sort of facilities and commercial arrangements.
Thank you. And the second question, Madam Mayor, is playing devil's advocate. If we were not to proceed and withdraw from this motion and the centre then does close, would not that put us in a better position to perhaps negotiate down the track? Because they don't have a great deal of, in my opinion, of options. Would that not be more wise, Mr. General Manager?
I think that would display a lack of good faith. I think what the highlight of this has been the family have come to us building on the history of Slim Dusty's legacy here in the Valley, the fact that the members of this Valley went to them initially to develop the centre here. And if that was the case, we would then still have to find the money to actually purchase that building, where we're not at the moment happy to do that. They're actually gifting this to the community. And Mr. Mitchell might add some further to that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, just to add to that, Councillor Saul, the museum and the income generated from the museum and tickets sold to the museum currently generates between 45 and 50% of income. And so if that was the case and the exhibits were moved, then that income source that we're currently factored in to our financial forecast would be gone as well. So, it's a large contributor to income. Almost half of it comes from museum.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just because we just seem to be talking about the cost of this, and we seem to be forgetting about our community value. If we look at this asset for comparison and understanding, what say would comparatively be the running cost of this, say, in the sporting fields in the centre of Kempsey? Any rough idea?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we don't have those exact figures on hand, but I think what we've always said with this, that part of any council's job is to provide and operate a large business, but you actually have a very strong social responsibility as a council, and we see that through all the different services we run. Some of those are at full cost recovery, i.e., we recover the cost of our water and sewer and things like that. But we are not in any position to recover the costs of, our library services, our sports fields, and I often use with Mr. Mitchell, who's a very keen cricket player. The most inefficient use of space you have, if you want to look at purely from a commercial term, some of the most inefficient use of space is actually cricket fields, because you have 22 players there for 4 or 8 hours. If it's a football field, they're changing over an hour and a half. So council does this day in, day out, and therefore there is a real social benefit in having these types of facilities. It's one of the big areas that the Kempsey Shire is lacking at the moment, is a significant cultural facility that the council operates, and certainly with the partnership with the Slim Dusty Foundation and council's operations, we can expand this, to be looking at bringing touring, performances and exhibitions to the area, to be developing, young artists and opportunities for young musicians, and that artistic and cultural and community development areas, gallery programs, educational programs. We can start to do all that, and that has a real social benefit and a real builds to the fabric of our community. So those things you cannot put dollars on, and that's why you're always making these decisions about balancing this financial aspect with the social aspect, and that's what you're doing here.
So just recognising that pretty well most of us as councillors have been here for a couple of terms. There's a few new term councillors in, and we've recognised the need for a community and cultural centre in our area, in our community. Let's just say it also could include Indigenous arts, Indigenous culture, etc., which we have plentiful in our community, which we could highlight, and those parts of the community could also benefit from that. With operational costs, I noticed in the report, would you just be able to give us a small snippet, Mr. Mitchell, about operational costs in comparison to other community-run centres?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think as we discussed last night, Councillor Patterson, and in a number of the briefings, and I think the General Manager's been very sort of clear on that these centres obviously come at a cost. It's very difficult to ever make them profitable or even indeed sort of cost neutral. We have looked at other regional facilities, so sort of close by in terms of some of local government areas to the north and to the south and to the west of us, and operating losses for those types of cultural facilities on an annual basis, excluding depreciation, are anywhere between $400,000 to over $2 million a year, depending on obviously the size of the town and the facilities that are there. And so I guess that's a sort of an indication that if you were to compare this, it's sort of below those some of those costs. Now, without sort of knowing too much about each of those individual other facilities in detail, I think there's obviously we are able to generate, or council has been, and the centre would be able to go forward income through the museum and other channels like retail that helps offset some of those costs. The other good comparison is the Bradman Museum, and we have talked about this one a bit, given that it's a good comparison in that another iconic Australian where there's a museum in their honour, and my understanding is that the Bradman Museum runs at a net cost of about $500,000 a year, and that's despite significant sort of fundraising that they can do via that centre as well. So I mean, I think that sort of just goes to sort of indicate that broadly, these facilities do come at a cost, and some of them it's a lot more. And obviously, our focus has been and would be going forward is to minimise that as much as possible, and so that we very much get the best benefit of having a multi-purpose facility that would be available for a whole host of community uses. But at a cost that's as low as possible. So sort of trying to get the right balance between those. So,
like in our discussions, it seems like the largest cost is the depreciation, which is the replacement value of the property. We as council have, it's probably, well, it is our largest cost in our books is the depreciation of our roads and infrastructure. But it's a question I'm going to allude to in a next item 9.6, I think it is. For example, if we look forward to the future, if we look at, say, our road reclassification, the depreciation on it may be taken off our books if it's taken over by the government, and that would really nullify anything that we're just talking about here, a couple $100,000 a year, which we know is not a cash transaction, it's a book value. So and depreciation wise, if we had an item to depreciate, what would we rather? Something that was built out of timber and not so wrong products, or would we rather something that was built out of concrete and steel, which this facility is, that we could depreciate at a lower value, which Mr. Mitchell, you alluded to earlier?
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be a question.
Yeah, three. Maybe probably just to clarify, the biggest expense is not in relation to depreciation. It's salaries and wages, just for sort of transparency purposes. Obviously, as I said up front, we're trying to balance in getting the right level of staffing to be able to be as lean as possible, but still provide anyone coming in to the centre, whether they be a visitor to the museum or to our visitor information centre there, or the retail and cafe, the gallery, whatever it may be, to give them the best possible experience. And so, we've looked at the staffing that's required to deliver that service, and so that's the largest cost for us, and we'll obviously would be continuing to manage that as best as possible. In relation to depreciation, it's obviously a consideration, very much a local government, key consideration for local government in terms of funding that depreciation for future asset replacement. I think the thing for me in relation to this is that that the asset council would be getting for nil cost. And sure, there's a depreciation cost that we're still, in my answer to Councillor Morris before, we still need to determine exactly what that is. But there's nil cash upfront cost to acquire this facility that meets that need in our adopted community infrastructure strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just so we're aware of where we're going from here, I'm going to take Councillor Horval, then Councillor McGinn, then Councillor Shields. Councillor Horval, you need to put your microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
On off.
Thank you very much. The issue I feel we're facing is a dilemma. We've got to, with the due diligence as councillors, we're looking to the future and whether this will become a white elephant or it will be a great financial success. It's a judgment we're all going to have to make in voting on this. But I feel there's a bit of a conflict here between 3A and the reopener clause. I think I should explain that. In 3A, it says council or the general manager will enter into an agreement with the Slim Dusty Foundation Limited and so forth to convey and transfer the Slim Dusty Centre buildings, fixtures and fittings, excluding the Slim Dusty Museum fixtures, exhibits and memorabilia, to council for nil cost. At that point, we as council will own buildings and so forth. But we then look at the reopener clause on page 13, and it says that we're going to review it after 10 years and 5 years thereafter. But in the last two sentences of the reopener clause, it says, additionally, both parties will have the right to terminate the agreement. And it doesn't specify there that whether that can be done at 3 months' notice, 1 week's notice, from either side. And I'm just wondering where we're going with the reopener clause, and if we decide to terminate, as a council, let's terminate the agreement so we no longer wish to continue managing the property. We've already owned the property, my understanding. Would the agreement specify that we would hand the building back at nil cost, or would we still own the building but not have to manage it as a Slim Dusty Centre? So maybe I could get some directions from either General Manager or Director Mitchell on this, but it seems a bit of a dilemma for me that in the future, if things go wrong for either side or gets very positive for one side, we've got a reopener clause, and how will that operate, and what's the outcome for future councils on what we can do?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, it is a complex matter. It's a very unique situation the council is faced with this, where you actually have the opportunity to be gifted a very valuable cultural facility. The reopener clause is largely around the actual agreement, but there is nothing in any of the agreement that would prevent the council and the Slim Dusty Foundation in 10 years' time for council to transfer back the ownership of the building, as an example. We're certainly not going into this agreement with that intention, however. The council, should it determine to proceed in line or largely in line with the recommendation, we will be going into that with every intention to make this a success, from the minimising the subsidy that the ratepayers pay to it. It won't be a financial profit to centre. It will be something that will require a subsidy as per our libraries and sport fields, etc. But it should also be seen as a social and cultural strong return on investment and strong input into our community in that way. So it should be seen as a success in that manner. So it is complex, and that's why at this stage we still have to work through some of those legal elements. And there's also the understanding that the facility itself is actually on Crown land. And while it's got a 20 by 20 by 20 year lease, that is 60 years down the track, we still need to be considering how that takes shape over time as well.
So just to be clear there, we really haven't, Mr. General Manager, decided if the determination whether council would have to hand the property back. Is that what you're saying, or needs to be decided yet?
There is legal drafting that needs to consider all those aspects, and those things would come out both now and in the future as to how that might actually shape up, depending on the situation and the views of the council and also the Slim Dusty Foundation at that point in time.
Thank you. We now go to Councillor McGinn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whilst it's possibly out of the scope of the actual Slim Dusty Centre due diligence, has any consideration or calculations been completed that might inform the economic benefit to our Shire based on Slim Dusty Centre visitation by non-Shire residents?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor McGinn, we haven't got that that piece of economic modelling, if you like, hasn't been undertaken. What we do know is that the visitation to the centre has historically sort of averaged around about 11 to 12,000 people per annum. So that's into the museum. And the overwhelmingly they are coming from outside of the LGA. And sorry, that probably in past has even been higher than that, 11 or 12,000. But if you're operating on, say, on an average of around about 12,000 per annum, the vast majority, in fact, probably almost all of them, are actually coming from outside of the LGA. So I guess without actually then converting that into an economic impact, which we could do, I guess that just gives you a sense of the scale of the visitation that's coming to the centre from people who are visiting the Macleay Valley. And some of those are via tour groups. Some of those are via tour groups through local accommodation providers. As you're aware, some of them are people with their caravan attached to the back who come and park in the car park and go in and have a look, or on the way through with their family. So, but I mean, we could potentially do that and try and estimate the economic impact. I mean, I guess what we would need to do is make assumptions, obviously, around how long they're in the Shire for, and whether they're just purely coming for that sole reason, or if they're going there on the way through. What we do know, though, is that people are going off the highway at some stage to go to the centre. You're talking 1,000 people a month.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. We'll take Councillor Shields and then we'll take Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start also by thanking our staff. So the professionalism and the effort that they've put in carrying out this due diligence has been absolutely impressive and comprehensive, and they've kept us up to date along the whole way as councillors throughout the negotiations, and I thank them for that. Overall, I would be supporting the motion, seeing that there is a cost burden to ratepayers, but I see it as just providing another service, just like we do the other 70-odd services. However, this is an arts and cultural service, and obviously as councillors we do see huge potential with this centre for the future. I have one question to Director Mitchell, and it's regarding the curation services. So my understanding is that they're going to be contracting someone. So do they, or have they previously contracted someone? And the reason I ask this question, and I don't want to put a negative on the whole thing, but anecdotal feedback to myself, and this is from people outside the Shire as well as inside. People are overall impressed with the centre, the building, the volunteers, the staff, etc. But what they've been very underwhelmed by is the actual museum exhibit. And so has that changed much and over the time, and is there potential for it to change a lot in the future so that people can either return to the centre or that there'll be positive feedback to encourage new people to visit the centre? But that's my biggest concern, is that council doesn't have direct control over that, and I understand we don't have expertise, but to me that seems to be one of the drawbacks.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Shields. Yeah, it's a really valid consideration. In the past, my understanding is that curation's been managed in-house, by Slim Dusty Centre Proprietary Limited, who are running the centre, the exhibitions probably haven't turned over as much as what they will going forward. What we have had conversations, and there's been a really strong commitment from the foundation, and I think David Kirkpatrick may have even touched on it last night, a really strong commitment to a partnership going forward, so they are, the foundation that is, are very committed to the success of the museum and of the centre going forward, and the longer term partnership with council. Part of that is recognition that the museum needs to be kept fresh. And the best way to do that, obviously, is through a sort of very clear annual curation plan. And so part of the negotiations have been around the fact that we would need to have an annual curation plan that's agreed between the two parties. So at one stage, council were considering taking on the responsibility for curation. It was agreed as part of the negotiations, and when we reached those in principle terms, that it was better for the foundation to be responsible for that. And then the agreed outcome following on from that was that there would be an annual curation plan that would be discussed and agreed between the two parties each year, with that sole purpose of making sure that what was proposed is going to meet the needs of both parties. And I think the one thing I would say is that where I would have some confidence is that we've worked very collaboratively with the foundation now for 12 months, and so I think there's a really strong relationship and respect that's being developed, and that I would anticipate would flow through in terms of how we would work together, in this case in relation to curation going forward.
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell, and thank you for everything you've done.
Just to add a little bit more to that as well, Madam Mayor. They've got two exhibits. One's Slim Dusty's den from memory, and the other one is his recording studio that they're actually wanting to put together. And the other part with the partnership, we were actually able to help bring them is linking them into some more of the Create New South Wales, the museums and galleries areas in terms of accessing some of the curatorial grants and those sorts of things as well. So, working together, we're pretty confident we can actually see the museum exhibits curated and refreshed on a more regular basis than it has in the past.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also just wanted to acknowledge the work of the staff to this point, and obviously look forward to the ongoing work that they'll do as well. And I just wanted to make it, I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to make a comment that I believe this is a super unique opportunity to gain a piece of infrastructure that we probably couldn't have afforded ourselves going forward, and without significant grant funding. And yeah, I just think it's a wonderful opportunity that we can't miss, because if we do, it's probably something that we'll never have, or we won't see in the near future anyway. So I believe that everybody should support this. I understand there's a cost, but like we said before, we've just got a $10 million sporting complex in the middle of Kempsey, and that's going to have that's going to have a significant cost of depreciation and ongoing supports and different things. So, a stadium at South West Rocks that's going to cost a lot of money to maintain and upkeep as well. So, I think it's an important piece of infrastructure that we're desperately needing, and we're missing. So I hope that everybody supports it.
Thank you.
If we go back into
can I just? I know that everyone, you've spoken a couple of times. Councillor Baxter has his light on, and I haven't spoken. So, if you consider holding off on going back into open council, that might be appropriate. But it's up to councillors. Yes, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to Councillor McGinn's point, I think if we link two big events that are happening, we were talking about a $25 million service centre to be created on the western side of the roundabout. So hundreds of thousands of cars are going to be pulling in off the highway, getting petrol or whatever. Then they're going to be driving past to go back onto the highway. They're going to see the Slim Dusty Centre. And if there is an art exhibition, if there are attractions there, I think the potential, there is great potential for it to become an increased benefit, as it were, or increasing flow into that. I think it's got great potential, and I agree with all the speakers there that it's worth having for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I only have a broad question, which something that hasn't come up, and I don't know whether it's been quantified, is the opportunity and the value of this on a regional level. Has that been?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, certainly hasn't been quantified, but over the 12 to 14,000 visitors we're currently getting annually, a huge number of those are travelling from various places, not just in New South Wales, but across the entire country. And they're coming in on part of their trips coming into the centre here. The brand itself obviously has more than a regional, has quite a significant national brand. And the potential to develop this in terms of business functions and those sorts of things, again, would lend itself to being another piece in that regional infrastructure. And working with groups like Destination New South Wales, we'll certainly be able to leverage that.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this recommendation, and I do thank particularly Director Mitchell. I know how many hours and hours of work that has gone into this, but one of the things that does give me confidence is that the modelling has been done on and considered based on current environment and not on projections what might be if we put the business plan in place. So that gives me some confidence in the figures that we have. And also one of the points that sticks in my mind was when I was at the conference, the ALGA conference, which I spoke about earlier, one of the things that did come up about COVID was that when we come through this, we have got to look beyond the home and beyond the office and the things about socialisation and connection. And we know in our Shire, we have got a lot, and had in the last 4 years spent a lot of time and energy and money on sport, but we do lack that infrastructure and that place that we can call a place for art and culture, being music and whatever else you like to call culture. So I think that everybody has had a chance to speak, and I thank you, councillors, for your deliberations on this. I believe Councillor McGinn would like us to move back into open council. Thank you, Councillor McGinn, and that's been seconded by Councillor Horval. So we're now going back into open council. We have a recommendation in front of us that has been moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor McGinn. Councillor Morris has his hand up. Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Morris, you need to unmute.
I only asked questions when I was in the workshop, so I'd also like to state what my thoughts are, but I'd also like to request consideration for an amendment after I make my comments. My comments are that, yes, I'm supportive of this. I am a bit of a dilemma because but my main turning point is what will happen to the reputation of Kempsey if that becomes a white elephant at the entrance to town. And I think that's the greatest detriment to our town going forward, is if we don't keep this facility functioning. The costs are minimal to do that in the greater scheme of things, but the amendment that I would like to propose or suggest is that in 6A we have an annual update during the initial 5-year term, and then we have one prior to the 10-year anniversary. I would like to think that we would have an annual update each year for until the 10-year contract review is up, not just for the first 5 years of the initial agreement, but going forward for years 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. I think to stop having that report after 5 years is probably premature, because a lot of the action to improve and enhance the operation of the facility will be happening in the 5 years, and we won't really see great fruition of those improvements until the later part of the 10-year term.
That's a really good point. Yes, Councillor Patterson, you've got your light on.
I'd accept that into the motion.
You're happy with that?
Yep.
I haven't got the wording for it. It's just a matter of...
We'll just take a minute, Councillor Morris, to get it on the screen and work it out.
Without it being written into the motion, Madam Mayor, I thought that would happen anyway, because council reports on all their assets and all the running of all council assets every year. So this makes it, I suppose.
Yeah, I just say what the wording would be. We're having trouble with the computer crashing, so it may not get up onto the screen. So the wording would be: require an update on the operations of the performance of the Slim Dusty Centre, be reported to council annually for its first 10 years of operation.
Yeah. Yep.
So.
Excellent. Councillor Saul?
Madam Mayor, we are now back in open council.
We are.
Thank you. Is there a speaker for? I'm speaking against. That's what I'm going to ask.
Well, yes. Councillor Morris did, so yes, you can speak against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, my concerns are economic, as you probably are aware. Madam Mayor, as councillors, we've been elected to have sound decision making and sound money management. This proposal has concerned me for quite some time, because what we're actually doing is adding more burden on the ratepayers to subsidise projects. Now, it has somewhat merit, but in saying that, it has substantial cost as well. And when the ratepayer is told that they're going to be subsidising this building for ever and a day, because it may be difficult to extradite council from this situation because of community expectation, has often been used in the past as a reason for continuing things. So my concern is, if we do undertake this, the ratepayer must be made fully aware of costings, because we've had no real community consultation as of yet. It's mainly been the councillors around the table. So I won't support this on that belief because of economic arguments, Madam Mayor. We need, again, to reiterate, we should be making sound money management decisions, and sadly, I don't think it's the right one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Horville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of the motion with the extra bit in there about annual reports. I can understand where Councillor Saul is coming from, but Council is protected in this agreement, and it's very well protected in that we're going to have a recall of the agreement at any time there is a major problem. And as other people have said, the diligence, Mr. Mitchell and other staff members, the support of the General Manager, has come up with this really positive agreement with the Slim Dusty Foundation, and they are in agreement with all of this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be before us. So I can understand Councillor Saul being worried about it, but we can go down through the reopener clause and terminate it if it becomes a really bad thing happening to us. But you've got to understand the idea of council providing a service. This will be a service. Yes, it will not make a profit, but it will be providing a service that is ongoing, and it's fulfilling those areas of our strategic plan, our infrastructure plan, our economic development and tourist plan, which are part of our policies. So we should be supporting this unique opportunity to place the Slim Dusty Centre in council control and for the benefit of the Kempsey Shire community. And it's also going to put Kempsey in a very positive light. We can't emphasise that enough. There's so many negatives that are put out in the media about Kempsey, but there's so many positives that we need to put out. And if Kempsey Shire Council are managing the Slim Dusty Centre and promoting it, it's going to make the Kempsey Shire a more positive place for people to visit. And that's part of our tourism development idea that's part of this motion. So I, like Councillor Saul, has thought long and hard about this, but I've come down on the side. We've got the protections in this agreement and what's being put forward for us to resolve. So I'm in support of it, and I suggest other councillors should also do the same.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask if there's no more lights on, which there isn't. I'll ask the mover if they'd like the right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Close debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is something that is probably once in a lifetime, I do believe, for council to achieve an asset for nil cost. So, you know, Community Cultural Centre, we have recognised the need for and to be gifted an asset of the value of up to $8 million for no cost to our ratepayers. No cost to our ratepayers. That's an $8 million win for our ratepayers. So I happen to look cup half full rather than cup half empty. So what we have in the future for our council to do is to move forward with an asset that has had no setup costs, that we can control the operation of, that we can move forward with. And I'm looking forward to attending many functions out there like the rest of our community will be. And I propose I move this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? There's one dissent, that's Councillor Saul. The councillors, that recommendation has been carried. So thank you very much, councillors. Thank you for your considerations on that matter. And it is now 20 to 11. We'll adjourn for morning tea and a break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It is now 11 o'clock and we will move back into council for our morning tea break and begin at 9.2, the Crescent Head Public Domain Plan Engagement. There is a recommendation. I've already got a mover. Thank you, councillor. Oh, okay. Thank you, councillor Baxter, and seconded by councillor Patterson. And I have a light on. Is it a question?
No, Madam Mayor, it's amendment, if I may, please.
I'll ask councillor Patterson, does he want to speak first, and then we'll take your amendment. Oh, sorry, councillor Baxter. Would you like to speak first before I take the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the councillors and the council for bringing up this wonderful compromise for the people of Crescent Head. It's a wonderful thing to have the time to discuss an important issue and discuss it civilly. And it's a very big project, this redesigning of the foreshore Crescent Head. Crescent Head is not only one of the key tourist spots for the valley, but the foreshore has got iconic value. There's a lot of history, and there's a lot of stakeholders. There's a lot of stakeholders at Crescent Head. Everybody. There's those that play golf. There's those that surf. Those that like to go and have a picnic. Those that like to go to the cafes. There's those that like to run the beach. Everybody has their stake in Crescent Head and what they do with the facilities of Crescent Head. So to hear everybody's input and reach a civil compromise, I think is a wonderful idea. It was an idea put forward last October by the planning department to actually have more time to consider the redesigning of the foreshore, and I think this recommendation by the council is actually fulfilling that intention. We've got time. We've got plenty of time. So to sit back and discuss the best possible design, there's nothing wrong with that. The council are busy doing stage 1 and stage 2, and we thank them for that. And so to discuss stage 3 over a year or so and get the best possible design is admirable. And I ask the councillors to support this recommendation as the council department has put forward. Lyndall Harper, the manager of community partnerships, thank you very much for this recommendation. And I ask of the councillors to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Baxter. Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, I wish to move an amendment. Thank you. Madam Mayor, my amendment is this, and I'll read this out very slowly so it can be written down. It's the actually recommendation from the July 20th meeting on this issue of 9.1. And the recommendation is that council endorse option 4 for the revised foreshore open space and parking layout. And point 2, staff take necessary steps to finalise the Crescent Head public domain plan in accordance with this revised layout. Ms. Mayor, is that understood? Thank you, sir.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. That's a direct negative in my opinion and should be considered.
It is a foreshadowed motion. Yes, it would be a foreshadowed motion because it is a direct negative.
I was hoping to get in first, but I missed out.
Yeah, so it is a foreshadowed motion. So we need to deal with this motion first. And if this motion gets lost, then that motion can come forward. Councillor Horville, I'll take, are you speaking for, against, or a question?
I'm speaking for it, Madam Mayor.
You know, because this is a really, really important debate that we've had for a long time, and I know that mostly I go for and against. This time round, with everyone's concurrence, I think that it is important that anyone that wants to speak on this has the opportunity to speak on this. We can move into a committee of the whole if we would like. You're moving that we do?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Patterson has said that we'd like to move into a committee of the whole, and that has been seconded. Do I have any dissent to moving into committee? I'm taking it, Councillor Horble, that your hand is still up because.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in favour of it, Emma.
Okay, we're now in committee, and yes, Councillor Horble, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This has been an ongoing issue, and everyone knows that there have been consultations and meetings and so forth. And in October last year, the planning staff presented to Council the community satisfaction with a whole lot of parts of the plan, and we've adopted them all, except in that recommendation to Council then was we consult more with the people about the foreshore and the green space, and that included the parking. At that October Council meeting, Councillor Saul's motion got up where we adopt option A of the foreshore car park. I spoke against it and I voted against it for the very simple reason I thought the planning staff were very careful in recommending that we consult further. And if you look at the numbers, and I have, the consultation should have gone further forward, because to actually say that 61% of the people who said satisfied or very satisfied with option A, they were satisfied with the plan. They were not choosing that as the best plan. And our foreshore car park option B was 52%. And option C, 47% of the people thought it was a good plan. So people multiple voted on and in favour of all of them, because some of them thought this was better than the other, but some of them would have supported both of them or three of them and saying it was a good plan. It wasn't a vote on which plan they would select. And it's been put about by quite a lot of people that option A was the favoured one of the three options put to Council. If you examine the numbers and look at the percentages, they don't add up to a vote in favour of option A. It actually tells you, by adding up all the percentages, you got 160% of the 269 people. 160%, how does that work? It doesn't. So the numbers didn't support option A. And we keep getting told this, and we've been told in the vote that went back in October that we're going with option A. Thankfully, we've come back around to where we would be if the Council plan or the Council recommendation that came to October that we consult further. They would have decided that consulting further would have come out of the financials for that consultation to go further forward. That money didn't have to go further any forward, and when no more consulting was going on. But we should have consulted further. The money was there then, and the money is there now. And yes, it needs a readjustments. That's why points 2, 3, and 4 are talking about the $150,000, and it's up to $150,000. And with due diligence and proper consultation, it might be anywhere near that. But we are reserving that as a possible amount. And in the coming financial year, councillors, we'll only be up for $50,000 to start this consultation process. That's what's in the report. So I'm saying that we should go forward with this recommendation to council as the one we adopt, and make sure that we consult with the people and consult with the people about the plans and consult with all sorts of groups. One of the really important points made by the General Manager, and I agree with him, is that we've got to consult to make sure that we're doing the best thing for the future. And the best thing for the future must also involve the very important point the General Manager made. It's Crown land. It's Crown land that belongs to all people, not just the people of Crescent Head. So we've got to make sure that what we do with this Crown land is the best for the people of New South Wales and the people of Crescent Head. And by working together with the groups, we can come up with a plan, in my opinion, that will have a win-win. And that's what we should be moving towards, where everyone agrees that as a consultation, we'll come up with a plan that everyone agrees with. I suggest we all support it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horval. I'm going to speak. There's no lights on, so I'm going to speak. And Councillor Horval, I do agree with much of, or probably all of what you said. And what seems to be overlooked in this debate, and sometimes conveniently forgotten, is this is about the Crescent Head public domain plan. That is what the consultants were engaged to do. 2/3 of that plan has been adopted and stage 1 has already commenced. We are now actively seeking funding to be able to continue with other sections. We already agreed to those. The engagement encompassed the whole lot. The engagement was not wasted. From the report by the said consultants, it clearly recommends on page 12 that the foreshore area of Crescent Head public domain plan are proposed to be deferred by Kempsey Shire Council. Deferring of these project areas means that community consultation and design review will be undertaken. I imagine this would have come at some cost. This was reflected in the recommendation by staff to Council at the October 2020 meeting. It was clear neither the consultants nor the staff from the recommendations were confident that it was right. It was the councillors, as in the majority, who changed the recommendation at that meeting, and I was one of those, and it was a classic example of making a decision on the run, is my view, and against expert advice. None of the engagement to date has been a waste of time or money, not in preparing the plan or since. Community engagement never is, no matter what form it takes. It was brought us to a point of starting the long-awaited work for Crescent Head, and now looking further to the final stage for the future of Crescent Head. Crescent Head is unique and it is its own place. It deserves that extra time and thought to get the best result. It would be wrong to try and recreate a Port Macquarie or similar as previously put forward by Councillor Saul at another meeting. We need to put everything we can into creating Crescent Head to be Crescent Head. Councillor McGinn, then I'll take Councillor Morris. Councillor McGinn, you need to put your mic on.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have oscillated between how to vote on this item, and I can't help but feel frustrated for those participants who have been involved in the engagement to date, and the result of which was the option that we did determine at that meeting, but who now feel that their collective voices haven't been heard. So I really do feel their frustration, and I do see that it appears that there has been a loud group that have now influenced us to go back to the drawing board as it was. But having said that, we're now looking at going back to engage again at a cost of up to $150,000. And I hope that we can get a really good outcome from this. Not a compromise, not a win-lose, but a win-win for everyone where all the voices are heard. And I do feel we've got time up our sleeves to be able to go back through a consultation process. But I can't help but feel frustrated for those participants who feel like they have participated to date and now feel that we are going to another process altogether. That does concern me. So I somewhat reluctantly support this proposal, but I support it nonetheless.
Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, equally I support this. It does reflect what was recommended in October last year. I also voted for that amendment, and at the time I agreed with that, but I also thought that the plans would come back to council with more robust ability to vary or change them at the time, which we found out wasn't the case. So I understand and appreciate what Councillor McGinn is saying, and what we need to do is to say to those people that, yes, we have listened to you. It was the original recommendation that was made that we do go out and do more consultation, particularly on that location, and we need to be sympathetic to their concerns in that way. But we do need to get this right. We do need to appease all of the community and the users across the state. But in addition, I've got a couple of quick questions. The caravan park current lease, when is it due to be renewed, or when does it expire?
General Manager.
2027.
2027. The foreshore, the community advisory group, it's down and point 4 to be done between April and October 2022. I assume that would be implemented early on in that stage. And is there any expectation or any understanding as to the number of people that would be engaged in that expression of interest? And I assume it would be similar to the airport advisory group, where people applied and they had to demonstrate their knowledge and their contact with other groups to be able to bring the information to the table. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there certainly will be a process similar to that, and similar to what the process was to have the community group that undertook the first stage of the public domain at Crescent Head as well. The numbers there were much larger than the airport reference group, and I would suspect that this group would be larger than the airport reference group. You would have, a reasonable cross section of people from various perspectives, on that reference group, advisory group.
But it would be a formal expression of interest where people would need to come in and say why they believe they should be there and how they represent the community. And of course, we need a very diverse group across all aspects of land use, or of community members across different various opinions. That would be correct, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
Yep. And the engagement activities, is it planned that there'd be public meetings and face-to-face meetings, or we're going to largely rely on the community advisory group?
No, I imagine, again, we would be taking the advice of the consultants once they're appointed as to the best process used, and they'll certainly be using, as a basis of it, the best possible community engagement strategies that are available under the circumstances at the time. Obviously, our current circumstances with COVID makes that very different. Hopefully by this time would be beyond that, and they would look at a wide range of different strategies within that plan that they are able to use. And they'd certainly be wanting to be able to be reaching out to beyond, obviously, just the residents of Crescent Head, to the residents of the Shire, to tourists, to different user groups and things like that as well, in part of that process.
Now, also a further question, the program of engagement activities, which is basically the consultation plan, will that be brought back to council after it's developed, or at least distributed to the community via council's website?
Yeah, I think it's actually contained in the report that the findings of the audit and the process we'll be going through will all be on council's website.
Okay, because it's not in the recommendation, that's all. And I read the recommendation as to what is definitely going to happen. As in the body of the report might happen, but it's not a resolution of council that it occurs if it's in the body of the report, that's all. So should that be added as
it's our intention, but that's up to council. There's no need to, from our perspective, because it is what our intention is to make this, as we attempt with all areas, as open and transparent as possible, and that information will be placed on the website and distributed through various means.
That's all I've got, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Williams.
You might have to type them into the chat, Ashley.
Oh, hello?
Your mic's gone off mute on the sign here, Ash, but just say something.
Is that working?
Yes,
Yep, that's
yes.
working.
Hello?
Off you go.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make a quick comment like I did last night, in and around, you know, the knock-on effect that this has. I too support this, and I think we need to get it right. It's a unique part of our world that we need to make sure that we get it right going forward. But what we need to make sure is that the community does get involved. I know there's been substantial amount of people involved previously, and more recently there's been also some people that are involved as well. But in these 2 years and across this engagement time, I think it's really important that everybody does get involved because, you know, time is precious also. I know it's precious and you have to get it right, but also it's precious for other projects along the lines within our community as well. So I just urge everybody that's out there that listens and sees whatever, that they do get involved with this, have their say, so that we get it right, but also so it doesn't hold up other vital projects along the line as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this motion, obviously, with Councillor Baxter and hopefully like the majority of our councillors. You know, we've looked at CRESCENT as doing a master plan. We've adopted certain parts of it that we're happy with, that we believe we got right. There's already work being done out there. Some of those things have been completed already. But to make a decision of such value, it needs to be correct. CRESCENT foreshore planning, there will always be people that won't be happy with whichever decision that we make as councillors. There will always be people that won't be happy, but remembering there will always be people that will. There will be some people that are here nor there. So it is always, to me, the smarter person or organisation that admits it got something wrong and moves forward to gain more knowledge and share more ideas to come to an outcome that represents all. The frustration of people involved in the consultation up to this point would be expected, but to me it is as a part of proper decision making that we are involved in. So I commend my fellow councillors to support this motion.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my turn now. Madam Mayor, both sides of the debate should be heard, and this is a robust debate and it's important. So we want to hear both sides so it can be said that we are being fair to both sides. Madam Mayor, I was given this speech last night from Mr. Ross Foster. He did email councillors, but he would like it to be read out in a public forum so those who are Zooming can be also made aware of it. So if your indulgence, I'll be very brief and try and get to the speech.
Thank you, Councillor Saul.
Thank you. Have you ever wondered about the logic of Save the Foreshore group? That's exactly the aim of like-minded people I associate with, the idea of prioritising vehicles ahead of people. Have you, as councillors, about to make a decision to put the foreshore development on hold, thought about what our area will look like in 3 years' time? The past 18 months have changed the way we live. When I look at the foreshore a few weeks ago, packed with empty cars, I could see families, surfers, elderly residents and day visitors sitting on the seats facing the beach, walking along the paths, playing in the playground and enjoying being able to sit on the artificial turf in front of the surf club. I thought to myself, How good would it be to have more grassed areas, not empty vehicles? The one positive is that COVID-19 has shown us that changes need to be made. I have been part of the community group over the last 3 years, working with council representatives to participate in, discuss, plan and finally implement the Crescent Head Master Plan. Our community has had the opportunity to be part of these many processes from the Mayor-led community information centres, where all stakeholders were invited through input from local school students to finally a smaller consultative group to liaise and plan for designers, Plummer and Smith. This latter group was selected by council as a representative group of the Crescent Head community, a working party comprising the many demographics of our village, business, volunteered, retired and various recreational pursuits. Some members of this group actually took leave or forfeited a day's pay to be involved in the whole day workshops so they can participate and their input be valued. We believe this will be a democratic process through the final outcome implementation of our shared vision. Finally, 3 options for the foreshore car park were presented, and following protests and petitions by a vocal minority, a 4th option was presented. This 4th option was a compromise, and Councillor Saul attempted to have this accepted, thus preventing further consultation and additional costs. Unfortunately, this motion had not passed, and now ratepayers face further delays, 24 months, additional costs up to $150,000. Previously, Council has had supposed community opposition to tarring of Plummer Road through petitions, media coverage, protest meetings and marches, yet in their wisdom continued with the pre-determined design. Why now have councillors suddenly rented to vocal lobby group the foreshore design? These opponents to the foreshore design have attempted to justify their position by stating that council would place cabins on the foreshore precinct and further the Crescent Head Surf Reserve would be affected. US councillors will be aware this first comment isn't correct. As a Foundation Committee member and designer of the Surf Reserve plaque, I can assure you that the designated surf reserve actually in area water cannot be changed and not be affected by future foreshore proposals. These mistruths were part of the allegations made by members of Save the Crescent Head Surf Reserve Group and Save Crescent Head Point Car Park Group, with both groups, along with the no tar for Plummer Road, all supported by the Crescent Head Ratepayers and Residents Group. Further, there appears to have a focus on the above groups and the impacted proposed foreshore, designs on the Dugati people and culture. My wife and I have, for the past 35 years, of close association with the Nagu community, having taught students from various schools from within the MACLEAY Valley. My wife taught at the Kempsey South Public School for 30 years, forming a close bond with students, elders and community. We still meet with local Indigenous friends every summer in the grass area beside the boat ramp. Their family groups have picnics and barbecues there most Sundays. How is changing the car park impacting on this practice? It's only enhancing it. As mentioned in my introduction, the main issue in agenda item 9.2 is the car park. By all means, maintain as many spaces as you are able, but not on the foreshore. It should be for people, not cars. Unfortunately, I know my many words will not change the fact that you're going to disregard the many, many hours of effort that a voluntary council-selected community group has put in this project. If I'm still able, I'll roll up my sleeves again when the time comes to do this again, hopefully with other committed community members. Meanwhile, I wonder how many of the noisy minority will be around to follow up the disruption they have caused at a time when the world, as we knew it, changed forever. Yours faithfully, Ross Foster. Madam Mayor, that's the other side of the argument. I thank Mr Foster for his point, and I hope councillors do take that on board in their decision making today.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Shields.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I understand the frustration of some, and I get that people in our community feel that we're moving backwards instead of moving forward by making this decision. But in order to move forward, we need to take the majority of the community forward with us on that journey. We acknowledge that there's been extensive consultation so far, and anecdotal feedback from that community group has actually said that it was a really positive process. However, overall, there's a feeling in the community that that draft concept plan was not reflective of the stakeholders' vision. I think this is the right move forward. I don't think money's lost in planning, but money is lost when you execute an inadequate plan. The other thing I really like about this is that first up, we're actually evaluating the project footprint because we understand that there's further potential within this area. So I think we're moving in the right direction. It will be a slow process, but it'll be worth it in the end. And as I said, money spent on planning is always money well spent.
Thank you, Councillor Shields. Councillor Baxter, we're still not in open council. We're still in workshop. Does anyone else wish to speak? We can go back into open council to deal with the motion.
That way, Madam Mayor.
There is a foreshadowed motion.
Second that.
Unless anyone else would like to speak. Move that. You want to move that? Who moved that? Thank you, Councillor Saul. Seconded by Councillor McGinn. Any dissent on moving back into open council? Councillor Baxter, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, Chair.
With respect, Madam Mayor, may I speak against the motion before he does that, or is it too late then? Because if he closes the debate, I imagine we're closed.
Yeah,
There's been nobody speak against the motion in open council. Therefore, if somebody requests to speak, they...
Yes, he can.
Madam Mayor, I'll be very brief, if I may. It's just that, again, it's down to the economic cost. The community will have to wear another additional $150,000 in fees to reinvent the wheel. There is division in Crescent Head, Madam Mayor, we know this. And people on both sides need to be understanding of that. But to go back again, the feeling I'm being told, people who contact me, email, telephone calls, that they're tired of having to go back and relentlessly have to reinvent the wheel sort of thing. The cost so far from the previous report, Madam Mayor, was $6,120 for revised layout. This continues to add up. And yet the ratepayer will have to continue to pay the cost. And I believe that's part of the reason why people are tired. They do want a decision made. They don't want to go back, have to renegotiate again. They're quite happy with what happened beforehand. But to me, it didn't actually happen. So I won't support this motion on the belief that the people did have their right. The groups did form an opinion. But, and if you remember from our previous briefing, Madam Mayor, we as the councillors actually were quite keen on option 4 until the actual council meeting when that was all changed. So again, it does seem that we're jumping all over the place on this decision. And by going out and having to outlay up to a further $150,000, respectfully, I don't think it's good money management. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Horborn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd just like to reiterate what I said in the close or the workshop area of our meeting. The cost was going to be the similar in the recommendation in October last year if the recommendation from the staff was that we would consult further on the very issues we're now discussing. Now, that money was not spent. Now we've got to spend money to do what they were going to do then. So it's not an extra cost. It's a shifting of money in the financial year coming up in our operating plan, and that's understood. But the long-term benefits of getting the plan right is so important, and others have already said this. But to actually get something done there on the foreshore, it could be a grant or an application to get money from some source way off in the future. It could be 5-10 years. So let's get it right now. And to get it right now, we need to go through the process that is in this recommendation moved by Councillor Baxter. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Baxter. I know you've got the right of reply. You can close debate. You're the last speaker.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. Not to put too fine a point on it, this is the statement from last October by the staff who put the domain plan together. It said, given the significant volume of feedback regarding the foreshore design, the implementation of the draft plan has been revised. It is considered by us that the elements of the foreshore car park and surrounds need more time to develop a final revised plan. That was the recommendation by the staff last October. And the last line of that wonderful document last October says, the bottom line is, the success of these initiatives is dependent upon the continuation of sound engagement and communication with the community and all stakeholder groups. That's the bottom line. And so I would recommend this recommendation to the councillors so that we can do exactly what the planning department asked us to do.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? Councillor Saul. Thank you, councillors. It's been accepted.
Thank you.
We now move on to 9.3, which is the planning proposal for South Kempsey. There is a recommendation. Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Patterson, seconded by Councillor Saul. No lights on. Okay. Is there any dissent? There is. I'll take Councillor Horval, then Councillor Morris.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was going to speak against it. I thought the mover might have spoken in favour. I was going to speak against it. May I speak against it now, please?
Yes, I'll just ask the mover, does he want to reserve his right or speak for her?
Thank you.
I'd like to reserve my right of reply to the debate.
He reserve his right. So you can speak against it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against it because I don't think this is the way to go and we should vote against it. I'm doing so because of a couple of things. The perspective of the petrol companies that would be the prime mover or leasers of the proposed centre. The Highway Service Centre has to have a petroleum outlet to provide for trucks and cars, of course, and you've got to look at it from the perspective of the petrol companies. If we, and I'm also going to talk about the numbers that have been put forward by the proponent, which seem to be kind of a bit fluid. They're not consistent. So first of all, I'll talk about the petrol companies. If we approve this and a DA is approved on the site, then we'll have two Highway Service Centre DAs approved for the western side of the freeway. Two. Now, once the DA is approved, the proponents have to go and do two things. They have to get leasees to sign up and they have to get the finances to build it. For the petrol company, they see two DAs, they get approached by the developer saying...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor McGinn.
We're actually talking about a gateway determination, not actually the DA.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. I will accept that point of order. That is what we're talking about. So, Councillor Horval, just if you can restrict your comments to the recommendation, otherwise move an amendment.
Well, Madam Mayor, thank you very much for that decision. I was just talking about the future, what will happen and why, if we accept this gateway determination, we will end up with having nothing happen. Nothing will happen in the future on both sites because the developers will be trying to get a petrol licence or own a petrol supplier to come on board, and none of them will do that because they'll think, that, oh, it's not going to be profitable because another one will
Point
go
of order, Madam
on.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Which
That's
is
about market determination and not about the gateway determination.
I'm going to let the councillor. I'm not going to uphold that. I'm going to let Councillor Horval continue on with what he's talking about, because he is referring to the gateway determination when he's not getting down into specifics. So continue, Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's quite simple. I see into the future that nothing will happen if we approve this. The second thing is the proponent of this who has spoken at the public forum and spoken to us before has given us numbers that keep changing. When he spoke to us back in 2019, in July, he said it would produce 220 employees on site.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll uphold that one, Councillor McGinn, because now we're not talking about the land use. We're talking about specifics. Councillor Horval. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say that the numbers don't add up. The numbers don't add up in what he said about finances. He said he got finances, then he said he's looking for more finances.
Madam Mayor, point of order, Councillor Horval is talking about a potential DA. We are simply talking about a gateway determination for land use.
Correct. Councillor Horval, continue. I'm upholding Councillor McGinn's point of order.
Okay.
Talk about the land use of the highway.
Right. Well, the land use is proposed to be rezoned to be a highway service centre from being R2 land zoning. I don't think this is the right thing to do, because in 2015, the majority of the people sitting here approved a council determination that a highway service centre be set up at the neighbouring property. That was a decision then, and it hasn't happened. So why hasn't it happened? I guess it didn't happen because there's not enough financial incentive for anyone to do it, because there's not enough traffic on the highway. And having another one approved won't get that to happen. So we've got a DA, no, I'll forget the DA. This gateway determination will enable another highway service centre to be developed. And it's not going to happen, in my opinion, and we're making a poor choice in disregarding what happened in 2015. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horval. Councillor Morris.
Microphone.
Microphone, thank you.
I'd just like to ask some questions, and that is in regard to the VPA. There's mention of the VPA, but there's no comment that it is the same as what it was previously provided. I'd just like some assurances that if there is any change in the monetary contributions to the VPA that was previously put on public exhibition, that it would come back to public exhibition. Is that the case, Mr. General Manager?
It's really, Madam Mayor. The VPA remains as it was previously. The only discussion that has been occurring is around the timeframes related to payment of the monies, but the monies were unchanged in total.
What is the process? Once we approve a gateway, that doesn't necessarily mean that the land will be rezoned. What's the process from here further moving forward?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the Department of Planning, Infrastructure and Environment, as part of the gateway determination, will set out the terms that need to be, I guess, satisfied going forward, and our council planning staff will act in accordance with those. Given this planning proposal is effectively unchanged from that previously submitted, it has obviously gone through a number of steps as part of the previous gateway, and I'm sure the department will take that into due consideration in making their decision on this one also.
What's the current Transport for New South Wales guidelines on service centres within the Southern Interchange at Kempsey? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Which in my mind has a bearing on whether the gateway is a reasonable request, considering that we've got one already built and one with an approved DA.
Through Madam Mayor, my understanding is that the RMS, or formerly the RMS, now Transport for New South Wales, had identified the possibility of an additional service centre at the South Kempsey location. And you are right, obviously, in stating that there is a DA, an improved development application for the adjoining site. As we've sort of previously discussed, ultimately up to the market to determine obviously how the location develops, and the specific determination today is around, is a service centre a suitable use for this location, and therefore warrant an amendment to the LEP.
With the DA to the site to the north, would it be deemed to have achieved substantial commencement and therefore would stay live with the clearing and grubbing that's been undertaken?
I'd expect they would have, yes, with the works they've undertaken to date.
So really, if this gets approved and the land use gets changed, it then comes down to the DA process where the Transport for New South Wales say that they're happy with a third DA or a third service centre or another DA being approved if there's already one that's in existence.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Ultimately, if it gets to that stage, obviously we need to go through the rezoning process as an initial step. There would be referrals through to Transport for New South Wales for further comment on the obviously what would be a more detailed proposal at that time.
Thank you.
Councillor McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This planning proposal seeks a gateway determination for a service centre as a land use for this property. So if determined, this could attract a DA in due course. And if that were to go ahead, that would create considerable capital build and potential jobs for up to 500 people. So why would we not want that potential opportunity for our community, those jobs and that capital spend and that economic injection? So the way I see this recommendation is that we should support this recommendation for the land use change to go to gateway determination. But one thing we certainly do know is that nothing can happen if we do not follow this step in asking for the gateway determination. Then we can let market forces work themselves out. So I support the recommendation.
General Manager.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just point out to the council, the council has already previously determined to actually go through this process for this particular site. What effectively you're doing is that why this has been brought back is that the state government had ended that planning proposal just because of a time constraint. We are just simply trying to have that extended, and the best and most efficient way of doing that was to reintroduce the planning proposal. So you have actually already made this decision previously, and none of the circumstances have actually changed.
Councillor Horval.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. One of the outcomes of the previous gateway approval was that there was a letter from the Transport, Roads and Maritime Services back then in June 2019. And the question was from RMS, it can't be made safe by entering from MACLEAY Valley Way onto the site. The proponent has then got a new report dated October 2019, and it says at the end in the conclusion, however, as the eastern boundary of the site is a declared controlled access road, New South Wales RMS are within their rights to deny access to the site from MACLEAY Valley Way. Now, the success of the site, would it not be dependent on that access, Mr. General Manager, from MACLEAY Valley Way?
Through Madam Mayor, that's more in the detailed design, and it's comments that those sorts of comments would come back from the relevant state government departments. This is actually about a larger, just making a decision to proceed with the potential change of land use.
Another question about the site, if I may. Madam Mayor?
Councillor. Yes, Councillor.
In the geologic report of that time, it talks about, after examining the whole site, about the remediation needed on the site. It says in the final part of it, preparation of a remedial action plan detailing the remedial methodology and validation requirements for petroleum and asbestos impacted soils. And that's stage 3. I don't understand why it's stage 3. And then stage 4, remediation and validation of petroleum and asbestos impacted soils. Would those costs of remediating the site be a huge impost on the developer?
To remember, we wouldn't have the details of that to actually work out what that impost was, but it'd be certainly something they would be taking into calculation, depending on what the current conditions of the site are, whether it was developed for a service centre or other permitted purpose. There may be remediation works for whatever the development might be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Patterson, do you want the right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On voting, I'd just like to reiterate that we're voting on the land to be used, a possibility for it being used as a service centre, and there will be to send it through to be asked for a gateway determination. The commercial market will decide whether or not what type of service centre or what use that land will be used for in the future. A DA may come back to council after this determination and gateway approval. With a proposal of $25 million development in our valley and jobs, we need to move on this. It's very very nonsensical not to. We've just been talking about bringing more and more visitors to our valley. And I asked my fellow councillors to support the planning proposal to be forwarded to the gateway for determination and for another development possibility in our local community.
Thank you, councillor. Is there any dissent? Councillor Hallball, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I don't dissent, but I abstain.
Abstain. Thank you.
Is that a dissent, Madam Mayor?
Sorry?
Is that a dissent as abstain?
It will be.
No vote, yes.
It is recorded as a no vote, but is wants it recorded as abstaining. So that's
Councillor
fine.
Morris voted no.
Thank you. We will now move on to 9.4, which is the Sustainability and Resilience Strategy Discussion Guide for Community Engagement.
Madam Mayor, could I move it, please, with a slight amendment?
Yes, Councillor, the amendment.
Well, I've forwarded through to Mr. Thorogood. It leaves the recommendation as is, but then it has a second sentence saying this is to occur after appropriate redrafting to ensure it is up to date with the latest information from the just released IPCC climate report.
Can I flag an amendment, please?
Yes, Councillor.
My amendment is that we go back to the recommendation as printed in the agenda.
I just need the feedback is quite bad here. I need a seconder for the original motion. It's been seconded by Councillor Morris.
I'll speak to it if I can, Madam Mayor.
Well, you've got, yes, you may speak to it, and then we'll go to Councillor McGinn's amendment.
Did I get a seconder?
Oh, yes. You'll need a seconder.
After I talk to it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll let Councillor Horval speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This recommendation came to council and it was prepared up to 10 days ago by our sustainability project officer, and she was using the best details she already had. And those details that are in the discussion document have been overrun by the fact that the IPCC report came out and it was alarmist. It said we're in a red danger. a red light danger, from what's happening with the climate around the world. It's accelerating, and they've got new numbers in that report that would add to this diversity, sustainability and resilience strategy. So I just think it'd be very simple to go through that new report and redraft those parts of the report that have numbers in them and just put the accurate figures in. It's a very simple thing to do, and it wouldn't take very long, and it would go out for public engagement as soon as possible. So I think it's a very simple addition to what's already there. We're just going to get that bit of a redraft to have updated numbers, and we should be doing that because of what was contained in that alarming report that came out last week.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just ask for a comment? From looking at the report, there's not that many numbers, but can I just have a comment from the General Manager? Fish?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess at the moment the paper is really about promoting discussion among the community, and I guess that's a framework there, and provides for some questions there for the community to respond to and assist us in the development of ultimately the strategy. So at this point in time, there's probably not huge value in going through and reviewing the document and updating it with any further information. There's a lot of material there that within the discussion paper that will prompt your discussion or cause for people to, I guess, come to think about what their thoughts are on a respective matter. So at this point in time, I'd suggest it wouldn't be required. But if that was ultimately what Council resolved, we would obviously do that.
Just add to that people would have access, and we'd certainly refer them to that report. And during the course of this next 12 months, there'll also be other data that will actually come up, and that will be needing to report and reference as the discussion goes with the community.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, as the seconder, can I make a small suggestion, and that is that we vary point 2 to be not so much that we redraft it, but during the discussion process, the details within the just released IPC climate report be referenced.
Madam Mayor, can I go back to my amendment?
Yes, you can. I'm just going to ask Councillor Horval to accept that into the motion so that we've got something clean on the plate.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That sounds like a good way to go.
Can you repeat that, Councillor Morris? Councillor Morris, did you hear me? Could you repeat that, please?
I did it off the top of my head, so I haven't got it written down. But basically, that rather than redrafting it, we should just, during the discussion process, that Council make reference to the recently released IPC climate report. And most people that will be heavily engaged in this are likely to be aware of those and may even question why aren't we using the most recent figures. So I'm just saying that we should reference them during the discussion process.
It does say on one of the pages that the special IPCC report, which outlines the clear benefits of limiting, and it gives the specific numbers. Councillor McGinn, your
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment which is the original agenda recommendation, and that's because there's a lot of sources of truth, and I think the whole idea of a discussion paper is to engage the whole of the community and not just if you like the climate change skeptics. I think it's really climate change enthusiasts, should I say. But we do have a lot of policy and legislation that we would need to look at, a number of strategies and plans. It is not just about the special IPCC report, and I refer you to the bottom of page 28 and the top of page 29 of the agenda, which references some I think it's 11 or 12 documents there. So it would be foolish, I believe, to ask us to reference in the recommendation only that reference point of the IPCC report, and rather that because, and we do recognise a number of sources of information and sources of truth, which don't always align, mind you, that all of those points be considered in any document, and that is what a discussion paper is. So I would prefer to go back to the original recommendation.
I'll second that, Councillor McGinn.
Thank you, Councillor Shields. So we have a seconder. So we're now talking about, yes, Councillor Baxter.
Yeah.
Are you asking a question, speaking
just
for or
on
against?
page 3 of the document, the discussion paper document, it says how to have your say. Go online, read this discussion guide on the relevant Your Say MACLEAY page, or pick up a printed copy and participate in our upcoming community engagement events that will be promoted. So to add to the reading material, to say, as Councillor Morris says there, to recommend in the reading material that here's a link to the IPCC recent report, to just offer that as some reading, so that when people do come to these community engagement events, they are well read and up to date. I see nothing wrong with giving a link to our concerned population.
So your question is, could a link be?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Councillor Morris that a link be added to the online reading material. I mean, this whole concept of sustainable development is the number one issue the world faces today. Everybody's worried about COVID, but the world's ecosystems are collapsing. I don't know. I can't put too fine a point on it. But sustainable development is essential. We cannot keep living our lives business as usual. And so any information for the general public to lift their awareness of this catastrophe that the world's environment is facing, I think it's beholding on us to give them as much information as we can. And then we will have good community workshops to discuss. I think we had a report recently from our biodiversity officer saying that there's some terrible loss of biodiversity going on. And as you know, there's massive extinction rates going on. And as you know, there's massive problems with the prospect of worsening weather and worsening droughts. So, I mean, we're facing a serious problem, and I applaud the council for getting this discussion guide going, and that sustainability and resilience should be our number one issue. So, yeah, I agree with the possible adding the IPCC report as a link for the residents to read on the website.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson, then I'll take Councillor Saul. Oh, you can go the other way around if you like.
Yeah, go that way first. Sorry, Madam Mayor. All right.
Mayor, a question, if I may, just briefly. On page 28, we have key considerations. My question is to Council and others here. Has the federal government adopted those standards, or are we adopting those standards on our own?
Madam Mayor, we're not adopting any standards in this report at all. All we're doing is putting a discussion paper out for the community to actually engage with. Just on the point of links and being added or not added, obviously during this whole process there will be, as I said previously, data coming to hand at various times, and that information will be provided. Council's website already has extensive links to various things to provide community with information. It's something we do. It's just bread and butter.
Yeah, excellent.
Here, here. Let's not tell the sustainability officer how to do her job. She's very capable. Let's not argue for half an hour about whether we're putting in IPCC, the latest data that's come out. It's a discussion paper. We want to hear from the community, and I'm sure the relevant officer and council will be providing the relevant data. Let's not micromanage it.
Here, here.
And again, I'll take Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do understand Council putting this forward to develop this strategy. I'm going to say it to get it on record. I am a climate skeptic. So when I say that, I do believe that there is a number of people in our community that feel alternative like I do, that feel things go both ways. So I just want to make sure that our report has the capability of accessing and taking in that information for those people who don't agree with the climate change policy framework, or they don't agree with the Paris Agreement, etc. So I just want to make sure that we have room to get both sides of the story, like we've just gone through with the Crescent Head master plan. So that's all.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
And Councillor Morris, you've still got your hand up.
I've just put it back up.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, after reviewing the document in more detail, I don't believe we need to do any changes except to maybe acknowledge, like it says, the only thing that we'd be looking at changing would be the special IPCC report, which outlines the clear benefits of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees C compared to 2 degrees C. The new IPCC report expands on that and goes further, but I don't think we need to say any more. So maybe if we just we had, instead of the special IPCC report, the most recent IPCC report. So it's minimal changes. There's another small typo, and that is that on the same page, on page 7, there's understate. There's the New South Wales Electric Vehicle Strategy 202 instead of 2021. It's correct in the body of the report, but it's not correct within the discussion paper. That just needs a 1 added to the end of it. And there's a bracket missing from the Electricity Strategy bracket 2019, but the bracket isn't closed. So they're just minor typographical corrections that need to be made.
Councillor Horville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The idea that we reference the latest information in this discussion paper, I think, should be a no-brainer. But for those who are opposed to it, that's fine, that you can have that position. But the fact that we're going out there to consult is a fantastic thing. We don't want to go down the path of what happened in the United States, where we just have people in silos saying, everyone else is against me, I'm in the right track. We should be able to be listening and discussing. I do understand that a few of my fellow councillors are climate skeptics, but the latest figures show that more and more people are being convinced that we have an issue in the world. It's now something like 82% of people in Australia, so I presume it's similar in Kempsey Shire, were saying that we have a climate change that's been caused by people and we need to do something about it. That's 82%. Only 18%.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Point of order.
We're getting off the topic here. All we're doing here is endorsing the attached discussion guide. And we're now debating climate change and what every councillor's opinion on it is.
Agree.
Put the amendment, please.
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Shields. I'm going to take that as a point of order. Please, can we go back to whether we put this, endorsed, actually. We're not even doing anything but endorsing it, the discussion paper, which is...
Madam Mayor?
Our particularly Jess has done a fantastic job. She's already outlined it to us. Yes, Councillor Horville, your point of order.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. The issue of climate change was raised by the Deputy Mayor, and I was just following up on that. There was no point of order when he raised it, but there's a point of order when I speak saying that he's not quite right with his information. I would think that I should be allowed to speak, and I would ask you to reconsider the fact that I was just finishing up anyway.
I'll let you finish up, and I will reconsider. However, Councillor Patterson, when he was talking, was just putting in context what his view was, not elaborating on climate change and whether it was for or against. But you can conclude your speech.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just coming to the very simple point. We're engaging with people. We should engage with the latest information, and I'm sure the staff member who's prepared this has done the due diligence on putting all the best efforts into it. But it's just the latest information has come out after she put this on the agenda papers for this council meeting. And so I think we should add something, and that's why I think we should vote against this amendment and go back to the original motion.
Madam Mayor, I moved a procedural motion to put the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor.
Second that.
I don't know that we need a seconder, but that's okay. We're going to put the amendment. We can do this. Okay, is there any dissent on the amendment? So you want to go back to the original motion? No. The amendment is the original. The amendment is, this is Sue's amendment. So just so that people are aware, if you uphold this amendment, it will be that Council endorse the attached discussion guide for the use as an engagement tool to develop the sustainability and resilience strategy as per what is the recommendation of our staff in the business paper. That is what the amendment is. If the amendment is upheld, that then becomes the motion. If the amendment is defeated, then we go back to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Horval and seconded by Councillor Morris. Are you all clear on that? Thank you. Is there any dissent on the amendment?
Councillor Morris has his hand up, Madam Mayor. I was dissenting.
I guess overruled procedural motion.
The procedural motion, correct.
Quite happy to talk after that.
Is there any dissent on the amendment? There is one dissent on the amendment, Councillor Horval. The amendment now becomes the motion. Is there any dissent on the motion?
Madam Mayor, my hand is up, as was indicated before.
Correct.
Before you go to put the revised amendment, revised motion.
Yes.
I did have my hand up well before that.
Yes, you did, and that is correct. Thank you. Thank you for moving in.
Can I speak to the amendment?
I move
to the motion.
A further amendment, and that amendment is what we have got there, and add to it that Council establishes a community sustainability reference group as a part of the development of the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Morris, and that's seconded by Councillor Horval. You wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Initially, I'd like to start off by thanking Jessica and congratulating her on putting together a long-awaited strategy. It's been several years that I've been pushing to have something like this occur, and it's so pleasing to see it eventually come to light. The original motion that this is acted on actually included that Council investigates the establishment of a community sustainability reference group in line with the Council's community engagement strategy. And I believe that there would be considerable people that would be interested in providing their technical expertise and their knowledge into the development of such a strategy, and providing Council with the capacity to have a stronger strategy. That does not mean that people that have contributed should be excluded from that. We need to engage all stakeholders. It's important that we have representatives from the New South Wales farming. Most of our farmers are probably more advanced in the climate change and the sustainability than a lot of our urban folk. So we need to engage all stakeholders and all aspects and all thoughts, and make sure that we came up with a plan that is holistic across what our whole community wants and needs. I suppose after having fought for something like this for about 4.5 years, the big disappointment for me will be that I am unlikely to be involved in resolving to accept the strategy. With the election in December, I just hope that we have a council that is prepared to be open and transparent and is acceptant of some of these critical changes that we need to make in the way we move forward and become more resilient in the community. I strongly recommend that we have a community reference group to support the development of this strategy. I believe that's a very important part of it, and it will get greater community buy-in and acceptance of the strategy into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. I'd just like to ask a question of, I'm very conscious of now making policy on the run. It's just an aside. I'd just like to ask a question of the General Manager of the implication of now at this stage when we're just putting out the discussion guide for community engagement on the, if we accept that now we want to actually state that we want the reference group now at this point.
Through you, Madam Mayor, one of the key things with a consultation on a subject like this where you do have varying views is to put in place processes to ensure you get as wide a range of views as possible. Setting up a reference group now or somewhere in the future could potentially be a two-edged sword. It may provide benefits. You may end up with specific agendas on that reference group and specific things coming out from that perspective, which we've seen in others in the past. The process that has been outlined to Council allows for this to go through a discussion paper, developing up a draft strategy, putting that strategy back out on exhibition. And there's about a 12-month process which would involve very wide consultation. Given the nature of the way that participation process and that engagement process to be designed, I'm not real sure of what value a specific reference group would actually add to that process in this specific instance.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a comment? I wasn't envisaging that the Community Sustainability Reference Group, or whether it should be a reference group or an advisory group, be established immediately. I'm suggesting that after the surveys are done and we're in the process of putting the plan together and we engage widely and make sure that we do get a broad cross-section of stakeholders, I fully agree that it's important that we get people from across all spectrums in their beliefs of the requirement for sustainability and resilience. But I also believe that we should be harnessing the capacities that we've got and the views that different diverse groups can bring to the table for the development of the strategy.
Councillor Morris, can I just ask a question? If you'd consider, instead of absolutely saying establish, because there will be councillors around the table here that this has just come to light, and I'm not convinced that I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea at this point.
The other option, Madam Mayor, is that we look at changing it slightly or changing it considerably, I suppose, and that is that we include a question in the survey in regard to a community survey reference group and whether the community thinks it would be worthwhile to establish such a reference group with a broad range of stakeholders. And then the council could be guided by the outcome of the answers to that question in the survey.
Madam Mayor, can I request a point of order?
You can request a point of order.
I think we're talking about the engagement strategy here when we're talking about reference groups, which we haven't had enough time to discuss if that should be the engagement strategy. The actual recommendation talks about the discussion guide that's going out, which forms part of the strategy, but is not the whole engagement strategy. Therefore, I think we're diverging off course. Our recommendation is actually about endorsing the attached discussion guide as an engagement tool.
We do have an amendment that has also had that we establish a community sustainability reference group, which is what the appointment is now. And that's what we're talking about, this amendment that has been moved by Councillor Morris and seconded by Councillor Horville. So,
and in fact, Madam Mayor, I will change that slightly. Instead of say establishes, that they investigate the establishment of.
Thank you.
Because that goes back to what was the original recommendation that prompted this report being brought back to Council.
Councillor Shields.
I'll speak against the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two concerns. One is it feels like we're putting the cart before the horse. So we're in the earliest phase of engaging the community and we want wide participation. By planning already to bring in an advisory group, it feels like we're narrowing the focus in the early days. And then my second concern is that we're micromanaging and we're doing the job of council staff and determining how the engagement strategy will pan out. Let's leave our staff to do the job that they're paid to do.
Thank you, Councillor Shields.
And I fully accept that in the future there may be an advisory group, but that should be part of the strategy and that come from the staff.
I'm going to take Councillor Patterson, then I'm going to take Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe that what Council is proposing a sustainability and resilience strategy discussion with the community and engagement. I'm concerned about part of this considerations. As far as I know, when you say considerations, you go, yeah, we will, yeah, we won't, yeah, we will, yeah, we won't. A consideration is a consideration. This is Council's writing. The proposed sustainability and resilience strategy will align with the following strategies. Are we telling our community what we're telling them? This is what we're doing when we're going out and we're saying, oh, we're going to ask them for your considerations, but we put in there, we will align with the following strategies. So I find it hard to support something like that, where I would support it if it said may align with the strategies of, I don't know what my fellow councillors think, but that's putting words in our mouth. I haven't read all those papers. I don't know about if every councillor here has read all those papers, but we will align with them.
They have to.
Thank you, Councillor. We've diverted away a bit from for and against, etc., because I think this is a really important conversation to have. And whilst I know that there has been a lot of talk about the focus group, which, not the focus group, the
Sustainability Fest.
No, the having a reference group at this point to endorse what we've got here now. I think we are, as Councillor Shields said, putting the cart before the horse. This could be, quite possibly will be, something that will come out of this discussion paper and discussion guide. And I think for those of you who aren't in the room, so that you know what just happened here, is Councillor Saul left chambers but is returned. I have Councillor Horville's hand up and I also have Councillor McGinn's hand up. We're getting to the point where we need to think about fors and against and where we're going with this debate. We have the amendment in front of us. Councillor Horville, do you wish to speak for or against, or do you have a question?
I speak in favour. I actually second it, Madam Mayor, but I think Councillor McGinn's hand was up first.
Councillor McGinn.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to speak against it. So if you wanted Councillor Horville to speak, given that Councillor Shields spoke against, Councillor Horville could speak for and then I could speak against.
Thank you. Councillor Horville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I was giving way to Councillor McGinn is I think Councillor Shields actually spoke in favour of the amendment. She said we should leave it up to the professional staff. And
point of order, she did not, Councillor Horville.
again. Councillor Horval, just...
I was going to explain what I was saying, Madam Mayor. I hadn't finished. It's jumping in very quickly. The actual wording has been changed. I think Councillor McGinn may have missed it. It says that council investigate the establishment. But we're leaving it to the council staff to investigate. That's exactly what she was proposing, that we leave it to the staff. And that's what this amendment does. Leave it to the staff to investigate setting up the sustainability reference group. So let's leave it to the staff. Let's make sure that we have on the possibility for the staff to look into whether having a reference group is a good idea or not. That's why I think we should just support the amendment as typed.
Councillor McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against the current amendment that's before us and which is in fact going back to the original amendment. I would firstly like to thank Jessica, the Sustainability Project Officer, for the great document that she's put together. The whole point of this document being a discussion guide to be used as an engagement tool is to engage the community, the whole of the community, not a few loud voices, not a committee, but the whole of the community. And we're right at the beginning of that engagement phase, and this is but one tool to be, and that is what is before us. So let's not expand beyond recommendation that we have. I think to develop a draft sustainability and resilience strategy at a local level with the help of our professional sustainability officer is to be endorsed. I completely support the original recommendation as printed. And this spreads the engagement widely across all the views in our community rather than just a handful of people, which I fear a reference group could undermine that whole of community engagement opportunity so early on in the engagement phase. So that is my point. I can't support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, do you wish to speak?
There's no point, Madam Mayor. It's obvious that people don't want them to engage with the people in the community that are inclined to provide good...
Just a moment, Councillor Morris. Councillor Saul moved a point of order.
Madam Mayor, I don't think those words are necessary to be used by Councillor Morris on this issue. I think we do want to consult, so I do think that's incorrect what he's stating.
I'll uphold that. Councillor Morris, would you like to just...
I've already finished speaking, Madam Mayor, so please...
modify what you said, but that's okay. Okay, we have the amendment in front of us. Any dissent from the amendment? And Councillor Shields, I can't see it at this point.
Amendment's lost.
Amendment's lost. We're back to the original motion.
Madam Mayor, can we find out the oh, there it is. Thank you.
Can we please put the amendment? The amendment is the original motion.
Thank you. Is there any dissent from the...
Madam Mayor, could I speak to the motion, please?
Councillor McGinn, do you reserve your right? Oh, you have got your right anyway.
Madam Mayor.
Yep. Yes, Councillor.
The motion as printed there, the Council endorses the attached discussion guide for use as an engagement tool to develop a sustainability and resilience strategy will be supported by me, but I had hoped that we would get more information out. But I'm sure that if we pass this, the council staff will make sure that we get out the latest information, and it will certainly engage the community in discussing the changes that are happening in the world around us, and it will really affect the Kempsey Shire. the discussion on how the in future years the change in sea levels and inundation of possible lowlands. It's very important that council be up to date with the latest information, getting the people engaged, getting the latest information will certainly enable council to plan for the future a lot better. So I support the motion that's before us.
Thank you, Councillor Horval. Councillor McGinn?
I'm happy if we put the motion. I think we've come to agreement.
Thank you. All in favour of, or any dissent? To Councillor Patterson and Councillor Saul. Thank you, councillors.
Madam Mayor, I'm able to have a quick note of why I dissented for my fellow councillors' information.
No.
I bet you no one's read the Paris Agreement.
That's all right. I'm conscious that it's 12:30. We will shortly have to move a motion to go beyond 1 o'clock, but we'll wait and see how far we get. We have still got a few recommendations to go. We're now at 9.5, which is the Kempsey Airport. There is a recommendation.
Move the way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. The recommendation is that Council authorise the General Manager to enter into a funding deed for the installation of an airside wildlife fence at Kempsey Airport, announced under the Regional Airports Program Round 2. Seconded by Councillor Shields. It was pulled out. Councillor Morris. You need to unmute, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment.
Yes, Councillor.
Is yes. What?
Yes, go.
I'd like to move an amendment. That amendment is point 1 as is typed. Point 2, council notes that the council contribution is not included in the operating plan. And 3, council notes the intention to make the required budget adjustment at a future quarterly review as part of the 2022-23 operational plan development as required.
Madam Mayor, on that issue.
I'll ask Councillor Morris if you'd like to speak first, and then.
Yeah, and just one moment, I didn't catch anything after quarterly review.
Future court, it's basically exactly the same wording as what was in the Crescent Head domain plan engagement for adjustment in the quarterly budget review for the $150,000. So, yeah, it's the same wording as what was in there, with as appropriate at the end, because it was indicated before that we don't know when the timing of the project will be, whether it'll be all this financial year or partly next financial year, so all out of this OP or partly out of the next OP as well.
Do you have the wording?
Have you got the wording?
Iris, can we just simplify the wording by saying that council acknowledged its contribution of $250,000 will be addressed in a future quarterly budget review?
Yep. You can change it to that if you like. It's $260,857.
Does the mover that into the...
Madam Mayor, just a question to the General Manager. Is it necessary to actually have that wording put in there? I thought it was actually sort of an aside to that.
It is what we will be doing anyway. It just makes it clear to the public if it's in there, that's the process we'll go through. But it is what we'll be doing.
Yeah, and we did have that as a recommendation for item 9.2. So I figure if it's, if we emphasize or highlighting that for community that has to be found and there'll be changes to the forward operating plan, we should be doing exactly the same here, because it's obviously not budgeted for. So therefore we need to find the money which may have an impact on future programs.
Councillor Saul, Councillor Saul has accepted that into the recommendation. Councillor Morris, is that okay?
Yep. It's been recorded as an amendment that's accepted into the motion, that's all.
Yep. Okay.
Madam Mayor, who seconded the motion, please? I didn't see that.
I did.
Would you like to?
Shields did.
Sorry?
I did.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Shields.
Thank you.
Is there any? Councillor Morris, do you still wish to speak?
No, just that I'm used to my hand being taken down by somebody in there, that's all.
Okay. All right. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent.
I'm missing, Madam Mayor. Sorry. The contribution is 857, not 858. It's a typo. Thank you.
7. That's the amount there is correct.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? No dissent. That's been carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now go on to 9.6. There is a recommendation. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it with an adjustment, Madam Mayor.
And the adjustment is?
Well, I've actually forwarded it through to Mr. Thorogood. It's actually bringing in the shadow ministers and their roles, so they'll be aware of this communique as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
do I have a second? Yes, Councillor Morris, seconded.
Very quickly, may I speak to it, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. It's quite clear that the communique is asking for much more consideration of local government and the ability of councils to do things with roads and not have that have happened over many years, lots of positions from the state government on council on different things. We're actually asking the federal and state ministers responsible for all of this, and surprising when you're going through it to find out who's got new roles. In D, it's the Honourable Andrew Constance MP, Minister for Transport Infrastructure, Miss Jodie Mackay, MP, Shadow Minister for Transport Infrastructure. Now, I was surprised that she now has that job, so it was a good investigation to come up with that. But yeah, and of course, I also amended the member for Cowber. The Mr. It's not the. I shouldn't have the in there. Sorry, it's
Should be D taken out.
It's Mr. Pat Conahan, MP. It's you only become honourable under the systems of government when you are a minister or have been a minister, which is what
we don't need a lesson, Councillor Hallville.
I'm explaining my motion, Councillor McGinn, and I thought you would like to know that. If you don't want to, just turn your mic off. And I've also put in the Honourable Catherine King. She was a minister for 6 months, but she's became honourable straight off. So I'm surprised at
Point
that.
of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor, will you just continue? If you finished, I'll accept your Councillor Hallville. Councillor McGinn, your point of order. Councillor Hallville, have we got it right now?
Yeah, it's up there. I just made
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I make an amendment? Suggest an amendment to this motion?
You can. Is yours an amendment, Councillor Patterson, because you've had your light on?
It could be, Madam Mayor, after answer a question.
Okay. I'll have to take Councillor McGinn's amendment first.
I just wanted to suggest that rather than names, we have roles, because they can change on within a 24-hour time frame. So if the reason that all these people are listed is by their role, we would be better off just having their role there rather than their name.
Would the mover accept that into their recommendation?
No, I think it's quite straightforward to put the names in there. These are the people in those roles right now. I presume if we're writing, those letters would go out in the next week. I'm sure council staff would be aware that if there's a change, they could adapt who they send the letter to. So it's not necessary.
Councillor Patterson.
I'll second the amendment.
No, we've got an amendment which has been moved and been seconded. So we're now talking about the amendment, which is pretty much the same as the motion, except we've taken out the names. Do you wish to speak to your amendment, Councillor McGinn? Or you have? in actual fact?
No, I don't care. I think we're just wasting time. This is details. To be honest, this isn't changing anything. I just thought it might have made it easier.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question to maybe the General Manager it might pertain to, but who was it that attended this communique from the Roads conference?
Yes, through Madam Mayor. The conference or the Roads Congress is attended by either general managers or directors of obviously responsible for road infrastructure across the state, and also mayors are also invited. The Congress has been held for a number of years now, and it was originally set up seeking to obtain additional funding into transport infrastructure. And through, I guess, the advocacy that's occurred through the Roads Congress over a number of years, there has been certainly improvements in that regard. So the actual conference communique is developed via staff within the IPWA in consultation with the IPWA board, would be my understanding, and it is distributed among the attendees for comment and then finalisation. So the IPWA have circulated it to those that have attended. There's no requirement for council to endorse this, but given I guess it is a good advocacy platform, we've reported this up to council for the last 2 years to obviously seek to provide it to our local member and the referenced local members, and the referenced ministers to further advocate behind the intent of the communique.
My question then would be to you, Director Fish, in relation, do you know whether these items were discussed in this Roads conference? Was it the item of Service New South Wales removal of signs or this movable speed cameras and the lowering of the speed detection speeds discussed at this conference?
There's a number of things discussed. I can't personally recall whether that was a specific item that was talked about on the day, but certainly all things related to road safety were well and truly on the were discussed through various elements of the Congress, and there are elements broadly around strategy in particular reflected through into the communique.
I would like to put it on record that I declare that I know people that have been fined with these.
A point of order, Councillor Patterson. We need to stick to the...
That's why I was asking whether these have been discussed.
Because this is just to note the information provided. They've already had the...
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're endorsing their discussions.
We're noting the information and endorsing the conference communique. The conference has already decided which communiques they want to put out.
So then, obviously, it'd be better than trying to put the communique in before the conference, like my own.
Having that discussion with the director would probably be a really good idea. Okay, Councillor Morris.
Just a small comment on Councillor McGinn's amendment. I don't think the member for Oxley or the member for Cowper are going to change at a moment's notice, so I think we should at least include their names in the amendment. I understand that sometimes some ministerial positions have changes in portfolios, but local members don't normally have changes in portfolios except for an election.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. My understanding is this is exactly what we had last year, and this is what the conference...
That we didn't have the names.
Yeah. And it is what is put forward by the conference. Okay, we have an amendment. All in favour? Any dissent from the amendment? Okay, there's one, Councillor Morris. So the amendment's been lost. We now have the motion, which is not put.
Madam Mayor, I didn't mean to. When I dissent, so the amendment was carried, wasn't it?
Yes, the amendment's carried.
Okay. So the amendment becomes the motion.
Yes. So we now have the motion, which is without the names. It would seem. Okay. All in favour of the motion? Are we all clear where we are at? We're now voting on the motion, which is the recommendation without the names.
You've got to ask for dissent, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, is there any dissent? There's no dissent. Good, we have a resolution. No, we've got questions. We have questions, but before we go into questions, just so that we are clear, I'm going to move a procedural motion for us to go beyond 1 o'clock if we need be. Do I have any dissent on? I don't need that second, do I?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder for us to go beyond 1 o'clock? Thank you, Councillor Shields. Do I have any dissent on us going past 1 o'clock? That's good.
What time would that be to maximum wise?
Maximum 4.
Madam Mayor, I have to declare that I need to leave the meeting by at least. I have to.
Hopefully we will be finished by then, but who knows? I'm going to make I'm going to suspend standing orders for a 2-minute break. Thank you. So hopefully you've returned. How long was I gone for?
Oh, it'd be 2 minutes.
Okay, we're going to resume standing orders with questions on notice. Councillor Saul. Oh, sorry, Councillor Saul. Do you want me to go to Pat?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a very quick one, please, if I may. Do we have a date of installation for the proposed bus shelters in MACLEAY Street, Fredericton, and Cyrus Hall, Fredericton, please.
Councillor Patterson.
Just one, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry. Can council repair the traffic islands in Belgrave Street and also Smith Street that have been damaged by trucks? And there's large pieces of concrete sitting on the middle of the road.
Councillor Baxter. Thank you. Councillor McGinn. You're on mute, Councillor McGinn.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I have two questions. Apologise, I have not sent them in. So the first one is, could councillors please be advised as to the uptake and progress of the rural property number / identification project being pursued by council? And the second question is, could councillors please be advised as to the outcomes of the Try a Trade initiative to encourage women interested in civil and construction trades? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Councillor Shields.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Morris. You are on mute, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, first question is, when is it proposed to repair the asphalt failure on the eastern side of the roundabout at Elbow Street and Tozer Street? And if you need more clarification, it's the failure that's in the walkway where people walk from the hotel across to the other side of the road. Next question is, will the implementation of the Greenlight Development Application Management System provide an enhanced capability for community members to search for potential developments within the local government area? Third question, will the Greenlight DA management system be populated with all currently active development applications that have been approved? And the fourth question, what is the status for water fluoridation for each of the Kempsey Shire Council water supply systems in relation to the following questions? Has a direction to fluoridate the water supply been made by the state government? If such a direction has been made, when was it made? What action progress has been made in implementing any such direction? What water supply systems are currently fluoridated? And when is it anticipated that the remaining water supply systems that have a current direction to fluoridate will be fluoridated?
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question 1. What actions or decisions, if any, regarding Council's Kempsey Airport are being held in abeyance until the completion of the master plan? 2. What is the timetable for completion of the Kempsey Airport master plan, in brackets, including submissions, including advertising with consultants, appointment of consultants, possible public submissions and documentation finalisation? 3. What progress has been made to improving the safety of the footpath paving in Smith Street, Kempsey? Question 4. Why was question 13 put by Councillor Horville at the June Council meeting out of order? Question 5. Why was the question put by Councillor McGinn at the July Council meeting out of order? Question 6. In response to 4 July Council meeting questions with notice, the written answer was that it had been responded to orally. How does the Kempsey Shire community, on whose behalf the questions were put, be able to know the answers which are not yet on the public record? Question 7. If the procedure 2.3.2 6C in brackets for answering questions with notice not being implemented correctly or unfortunately overlooked, Will the 4 July Council meeting questions with notice not answered now have full written answers placed in the September Council agenda? Question 8. With postponement of the local government elections until the 4th of December, will the South West Rocks development application for an accommodation facility still be held over until the new council is inducted, or are there issues in staff completing the report on the public submissions before the October meeting? They are my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Horval. Councillor Williams. Thank you, Councillor Williams. That concludes the public part of the council meeting, and I now need a resolution to go into confident. Thank you, Councillor McGinn.
Second that.
Well, it was seconded by Councillor Patterson. He had his light on, so I'm sorry, Councillor Saul. So, is there any dissent into moving into confidential? There is no dissent. So we're going to move into confidential. We did have taken
In relation to the matters that Council discussed in closed session, in relation to item 11.1 legal matters, Council resolved that the information be noted. In relation to item 11.2 Audit and Risk Committee meeting minutes 21 July 2021, Council resolved that Council notes the draft meeting minutes from the Audit and Risk Committee 21 July 2021. And in relation to item 11.3 confidential mayoral minute, General Manager's annual performance review, Council resolved that the information be noted.
Thank you, councillors. That ends the council meeting for August 2021. Thank you.